What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Andreas Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Chance then for a key for a 158, double 19.
Superb
from Calvin O'Keefe. Perhaps haven't been
on
as
the fifth leg, Ricardo
fruitful as he
Olrich.
would have liked. Hamilton a chance to get in on the Tom Plus action himself. He left 18 for double, 16. Back down the board, and it's paid off for Andy Hamilton.
Tops then for the match, and he finds it.
Combination 96 if he returns for Pronk. Huntley will be hoping to get a dart at tops here, which he does for the match. The streak is broken. Mike Huntley does the 7th and final leg await. Yes, it does. Of course it does. It's been a day for it.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's decision day, it's Friday, a double day of darts. 5 players will remain, they will be going through to join Carl Sneed in Saturday's showpiece match. This is how we're going to be starting the day. We're going to be kicking off our action in Group C. Brandon Walsh, currently top of the table, will be going against Ricardo Olrich in a top of the average clash. But it is a double day of darts, and we are at the halfway stage in our Group B action, which will be rejoining at 10 o'clock this evening, and we will be doing that in the company of the 10-time Women's World Champion Trina Gulliver, who saw all the action yesterday evening. Trina, how do you see this at the halfway stage?
Well, it's Joe at the top, obviously, and he's managed to sort out his doubles a little bit, so from the previous days. So yeah, he's looking good.
He's looking good. A solid evening of action for Joe Croft. Sees him a couple of points clear at the moment. 3 qualifying places available there. A tight group, though, with a lot to play for this evening. Trina, looking at the chasing pack behind Joe Croft, where do you see the danger coming from?
Well, Conor Heenahan had some good scoring games yesterday, and he just managed to miss out on the top spot.
Top spot in Group C is where we're going to be focusing our attention here. Brandon Walsh, much improved performance from when we've seen him in his previous appearance here. Picking up 4 wins from the 5. How would you assess Brandon Walsh's first day of action?
Well, Brandon was quite solid, quite consistent. His doubles gave him a little bit of trouble, but you know, he took out some important doubles and finishes when he needed them.
Couple of missed starts as well, costing him the opportunity to run through the card and be very clear going into day number 2. However, he is the favourite going into the action today, currently even money at the top of the table. Is that value, or is there better value elsewhere?
Well, there's value all over the place, I think, really, there. You know, you've got Andy Hamilton. You can't rule Andy out, even though he's further down the table in 4th position at the moment. But, you know, Andy sticks at it, doesn't he, and chips away.
All to play for on day 2. 2 spots available, but before we see Brandon Walsh playing, we're going to hear from him. He caught up with Robbie Dove.
Well, Brandon, top of the tree, 8 points in Group C. How do you reflect on the last 5 games yesterday?
Well, I take it. It's the second time I've been here, so yeah, settled into it after the first game weren't so good, but yeah, second game settled down a bit. Got cracked on. Got a few results.
Sorry, yeah, you were here a few months ago towards the end of last series, and the improvement is significant. Did that kind of help you out or get you a bit more used to the format?
Yeah, it's not bad for a fat lad from Donny, is it? But yeah, I settled into it. Like the first time I was here, it was a bit like first day score. I was absolutely bricking it, but yeah, we settled down yesterday. Got a few results and a bit more confidence from the first time.
Your first results were all last leg deciders, but you managed to get the better of the majority of those. Does that kind of give you the confidence that those longer games you can find the better of the results?
Yeah, I know I was lucky. In sometimes they were missing doubles and giving me chances, but I was also doing the same to them. I was 2-0 up in a few games and they kept coming back. And yeah, 4-3 my way, I'll take that all day long.
Have you got a points target for today if you do want to qualify for Saturday?
No, I said to my wife this morning, I said, I'm just happy to be here, just crack on and just do the same as yesterday basically. Just enjoy it, settle down, get the wins.
It is obviously great that you are enjoying it, having fun. What would Saturday mean to you?
Oh, it'd be a dream, like, yeah, just to get to Saturday, have a crowd there, buzz off the crowd and yeah, just enjoy it. That's the main aim. That was the aim when I was coming down. I had a better prep this time coming down. So yeah, confident, happy and yeah, just enjoying it.
Well, best of luck.
Yeah, thank you very much, mate.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Brandon Walsh. In his own words, a fat lad from Donny. Many darting legends have hailed from that part of the UK. One on the screen there, Matthew Edgar. And Beau Greaves, maybe not quite in the same version of conversation, but from the same town, we'll go with that. Brandon Walsh, currently top of the table. He's there by points and statistically as well the best player of the day yesterday. But if there's going to be a bit of a danger, it could come from this man here, Ricardo Olrich. When we take a look at the performances yesterday, statistically, he's the guy you feel is going to give Brandon Walsh the biggest challenge.
Yeah, Ricardo from Arnhem in Holland, a 34-year-old. It is his debut this week, so he started the beginning of the week just taking in everything and getting used to what goes along here at the Modus Super Series. There's Paul Hinks, our referee.
First leg, Brandon, you through first. Game on.
I mean, speaking about legends, Paul Hinks is certainly in that category in the darting world. But I'm looking at the table, Trina. I wasn't here yesterday. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the legs.
99.
I'm looking at the points. It looks quite tight. Is that kind of how the day played out?
It did. We had so many 4-3
121.
wins or losses. It was just incredible yesterday. It was so tight, and yeah, it was just one of them. It was a really weird day, to be fair, but yeah, it was very tight.
So with that in mind,
100.
if Brandon does start quite slow today, which he said yesterday game one was his nervy game, he could be in danger of being swooped quite quickly.
He could, but you know, he's got yesterday under
41.
his belt, so you know, and he goes in today in top position, and he'll be wanting to hold on to
58.
that. He'll be looking to get off to a great start, as all of them will be, of course.
Well, I think his assessment is very fair, that he did get better as the day went on.
100.
Really evidence that. The win over against Andy Hamilton, 92.74 the average there. And the way he ended the day yesterday against Ricardo, 4-1 victory with a 94.37.
Yeah, Ricardo will be wanting to get his own back on this first fixture
118. Ricardo Car 101.
today.
53. Brandon Car 58.
Well, first attempt at a breaker throw there for Ricardo. Didn't really threaten that one too much.
18.
But a chance
Car
now
48.
for Ricardo to take out the 48 for the breaker throw.
Getting
And he
shot
does
on the
so.
first leg,
Takes it
Ricardo
with his second
Olrich.
dart. Takes out 32. And a breaker throw there puts him 1-0 ahead.
Second leg, Ricardo to throw first.
And if Brandon is someone who needs a game to settle in, this might not be the game he wants. Because Ricardo is going to have to be super aggressive today. He needs points on the board early.
100.
Especially against those players above him in the table. And, as we said at the opening of this show, statistically, the second best player in the group, only behind Brandon Walsh, an average of
100.
85.10 for the day yesterday, which is 3 points better than anybody else closer to him in the group table.
81.
Yeah, he's kind of like gone under the radar a little bit this week. And but he's played some good games and he's had some great shots.
135.
He's got his... he had a camouflage top on yesterday, so that was... I said he was going underneath the radar.
140.
I'm surprised you could see him. To see this floating head. We might not see him for long here in this game because this is a strong start.
81.
It is. A 140 here. He would love.
100.
Well, gets a ton, but he's still in control of this leg.
Good control of the game.
100. Ricardo Luca 80.
So 80 now for Ricardo. Double 10.
Game shot on the
2-0.
second leg. Ricardo Olrich.
Ricardo leads.
Beautiful darts. 14
Third
darts
leg
there for
Brandon is through
Ricardo.
first. Game on.
Needed to hit the ground running 96.97, but I don't know if anyone's mentioned this already this week, but I mean, I'm one of these that like my dart lookalikes, whether it's the player or the way they throw.
100.
If you sort of just look at the action of Ricardo Ulrich,
77.
Dravutin Horvat.
Do you think?
Oh, 100%. That is Dravutin Horvat in disguise.
100.
Check his passport.
Even the side there. Absolutely.
41.
We need a side-by-side of Ricardo and Dravutin Horvat.
$60.
Just like a Crime Watch lineup kind of thing.
Lookalikes aside, though, this is already a key leg here for Brandon Walsh in this fixture, and what could be his day as well, because if he
43.
does need this game to settle, last thing you want to do is go out there, take a bit of a heavy defeat, and then have to sit back and watch people in the table start to close in. We've mentioned
81.
it is a very tight group, not much separating this, and it only takes one heavy defeat, and that plus 5 legs difference that
140.
Brandon Walsh has
Brandon
got
Carl,
will be
160.
wiped out.
Well, finds the first treble 20. Can't find the second.
122.
But recovers well. Leaves himself 38 when he returns.
61. Brandon Carr 38.
Choices with Ricardo back at 139. He takes the luxury of splitting.
Game shot on the third leg. Brandon Walsh.
It's ironic, isn't it, that he moved away because he didn't want to throw at the double 19 and ends up throwing at the double next to it and hitting it.
Yeah, a bit bizarre. 14s is not a route
85.
I would take, to be fair. It's one I wouldn't be at the top of my list, let's put it like that.
Well, I suppose if you're trying to avoid the double 19, the danger of that is you're going to be playing yourself into the same sort of
85.
area with the 7, with the same problem. If you go inside, you're going to leave an odd number.
140.
Maybe it was just a really poor dart at single 6.
It might have been.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, let's push over that.
140.
Especially the way he's been playing this week. There's not been too many loose ones. And he's starting to step it up here. This is
45.
good. And this is what we're seeing the development of Brandon Walsh since last time he was here. Yes, he's stepping up his performance overall, but he's stepping his performance up when he needs to in these matches. He's reacting well.
41.
Said he's happy to be here. Didn't give himself a points tally of which he needs to get to. But looking at this group, I think 14 is a
45.
certainty. But I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I'm going to say now, I think someone gets someone 12.
Brave.
I like being bold
65.
and brave. Big predictions.
Averages at the moment.
60.
85
Brandon
plus
Carr,
for Brandon.
170.
And 85 for Ricardo. So the big fish won't go this time.
100. Ricardo Carr, 126.
So Ricardo a chance to take out 126. Needs treble 19 now. Can't be found.
45.
A
Brand new
little
car,
loose
70.
that. A little bit like a throwaway. This would give
Getting
Brandon
shown the
Walsh a bit of
fourth leg,
control.
Brandon Walsh.
They're the shots that build confidence. Those nice, clean combination kills.
Fifth leg, Brandon to
He was
through
2-0
first.
down. He's brought
Game
it back. He's got the throw. He's once again the favourite. And two things have happened here. Brandon Walsh has stayed consistent. He's stayed around that mid-80s average. It's where he's been across yesterday's play, where Ricardo has dropped 13
82.
points off his average since being 2-0 ahead.
58.
I'm going to ask you a question you've probably never been asked before, Trina.
Go
So-
on then.
I asked AI for a bit of information about Ricardo Olrich, see if it could tell me something I didn't know.
Hmm.
And, I mean, part of it is incorrect, I think. You know,
125.
it doesn't always get it correct, as we know. It actually says he uses Aspinall darts. They're not Aspinall darts, I'm pretty sure of that.
60.
And it says, while he's yet to secure a major title, his consistent performances and recent achievements indicate a promising future in the darts circuit. How would you assess that? Do you agree
100.
with AI that there's quite a lot of promise here in Ricardo?
Yes, I think so. You know, he's gone through the qualifiers to get here,
80.
and you know, I'm sure he's come up against some great players to get to do that. You know, to get here and qualify. So, yeah, why not? I mean, he's been
60.
good this week. You know, this is his debut, and if he comes back again, then I'm sure he'll be up for the challenge.
Story we've seen many times. Brandon Walsh, a
95. Brandon
classic
Carr,
example of that
134.
story. Player who comes back the second time and plays significantly better. Another one of those. Didn't need to go. Bit of time on his side here. Starting
71.
to outscore Ricardo.
$58. Brandon Carr, 63.
Well, Ricardo does leave himself a finish, but Walsh on 63 here, misses the big 13. Tops, and he
Getting shot on the
finds
fifth
it.
leg, Brandon Walsh.
Leads this match by 3 legs to 2.
Sixth leg, Ricardo to through first. Game on.
But yet they both give a little shake of their head. That signals that they both feel they could be
58.
doing a little bit more right now. And going back to the sort of season, the performances of Ricardo, I think one thing that really stands out for me is that, one, he's got this real explosive game.
140.
You look through his averages and like there's a 95 in there, a 96 in there, but the range of performance is probably where he's going to need to develop his game. We've got some low 70s, some high 90s, and I suppose when you put it through the criteria here at the Super Series, that's why he finds
85.
himself in this sort of early battle of needing to win.
$140.
Well, we learn every game that we play, so I'm sure Ricardo is doing just that. He will go from here
100.
as the weekends, and with a lot more experience.
100.
I spoke to him yesterday, and he was saying he was really enjoying the week. He'd love to come back again.
I'm sure he'll be playing in
100.
the ADC
Ricardo
events in
Carr,
Europe again to try and earn
144.
another spot, but he'll be hoping that this experience goes a bit longer this week.
128.
To do that, though,
Brandon
he's going
Carr,
to need to get in
76.
the top two, where Brandon Walsh could be firmly sat if he can take out this 76 finish. Tops has been a good friend for him so far. It's been working well.
56.
Just
Ricardo
goes
Carr,
a little
16.
low when he needs it for the game to take us to a decider.
2 4s.
8.
Not
Brandon
to be
Carr,
this time.
20.
So to wrap it all up, double 10.
No score. Ricardo, your car 8.
What's the expression go like? The hardest one to hit is the one that wins the match.
No score. Brandon Carr,
Or
20.
the one that draws you level. So another chance for Walsh at double 10. 2 5s now.
No score.
Yes, a chance.
Ricardo, you can't eat.
Again. For Ricardo, 2 4s, 2 2s.
4. Brandon, you can't 20.
Well, the fourth time that Brandon Walsh is going to approach the Yoki to get this job done, to win this match. Nerves at the end of game number 1. It means so much, and Brandon Walsh gets over the line in the end. It was a very strong start there for Ricardo. Raced into a 2-0 lead, but Brandon Walsh really digged deep there to get over the line and get the result. That puts 2 more points on the board for Brandon Walsh. He moves up now to 10 points, giving him a 4-point buffer on the rest. For Ricardo, he's in a spot of bother now. 6 games played, just 4 points on the table. He's going to have to go through the card if he's going to play himself into contention. Averages, not too much to write home about, but it's the points that matter, and they go to Brandon Walsh.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
At the halfway stage overnight, Brandon Walsh led the way going into day number 2, and he's just extended that position before the break with a 4-2 victory over Ricardo Olrich, putting his opportunities of getting into Saturday night in jeopardy. Michael Huntley opened in the other qualifying position in second position, and he will be looking to extend his place over Kelvin O'Keefe, who yesterday only managed to pick up the 1 victory. But all of his games was close and tight, just a couple of legs behind despite the 4 defeats from 5. Yesterday, when the pair met, it was a tight affair. 4-3 in the favour of Michael Huntley, but it's safe to say it became a very nervy and edgy affair. 23 missed doubles for Michael Huntley in getting over the line. He'll be hoping
First leg, Michael is through
things are
first.
a little tighter
Game on.
in decision day.
Yeah, Mike was getting a bit frustrated with himself yesterday. He said that the darts felt good in his hand, but at times they were very wayward. He says every dart he threw that he felt like it was going where it should
100.
go. But so he was getting very frustrated when they wasn't.
And that's really important for a player like Michael Huntley, that the dart feels right in the hand. Because there's a couple of really interesting factors very early in this game that you can pick out about Michael Huntley. Using the slim flights, which as we know,
100.
more opportunity for things to go wrong, less surface space. It's like using a small parachute, you're going to go quicker to the floor. But also he grips the dart at the back of the barrel, so for Michael Huntley,
85.
a lot of this has to be on feel. Which I suppose is why it becomes very frustrating when it feels good. You're having one of those good days and the dartboard's just not backing up that feeling.
100. Michael Carr, 136.
Well, 136 then.
$11.
Well, that's that frustration he was on about yesterday.
Well, it was a really good leg until that point. A back-to-back 140s and 85. He probably thought, here we go, we're starting the day exactly how I want to.
45.
Kelvin
Michael
O'Keefe
Carr,
not
125.
jumping in and making the most of the opportunity. And Huntley may feel he's got 6 darts here at the 125.
No. Decides to go back upstairs.
Kelvin Carr, 156.
So 156 now for O'Keefe. 2 treble 20s would be the target, but not to be this time.
100. Michael Carr, 20.
Double 10 then for Mike. 2 5s. Finds it with his third dart and takes the first leg of the match.
Second leg, Kelvin to throw first. Game on.
Not the first time these two have been on the stage today. I'm not going to give something away too much here, but they have had a game already. They played
60.
earlier on a feature that will be coming here on Pluto TV, where the players played on a dartboard with doubles and trebles twice the size.
60.
If you've ever wondered how the players would get on a bigger dartboard, I can tell you now, they do very well. There was a monster average when these two played earlier on. That's worth keeping an eye out for. You also managed to have a go on that board, didn't you, Trainer?
I did, but mine wasn't a monster average.
But you had fun.
I did have fun.
Very different though, isn't it?
Oh.
When it just feels like it should be easier.
It feels weird. It's just really strange to look at, and yeah, where you think that you can see that the trebles and the doubles are massive, but hitting them is a different matter. Well, it was for me anyway.
Yeah, one of these two made it look extremely easy.
55.
I wonder if they'll be able to claim that as a career high average. I mean, they did hit it. It's one of the really unusual rules, actually. When you look through the rule book, there isn't actually a rule on how big a treble needs to be.
Isn't there?
No. I was just as surprised.
Well, I thought it'd have to be some sort of standard kind of size or something.
91.
Or within so many mil tolerance or something. Or thousands of a mil.
I was looking for those unusual ones, and that was it. But this could be a very good finish here for Kelvin O'Keefe.
Michael Carr, 71.
He started his day off well. Those are the shots, as we just mentioned with Brandon Walsh. that build the confidence, and we saw what it did for Brandon in turning that last game around from 2-0 behind. Tops for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot in the second leg, Michael Huntley.
And that was a breaker throw
Third leg, Michael to throw
by
first.
Huntley.
Game
15 dart leg.
We're in danger here of this group starting to cut away. Brandon Walsh now on 10 points after picking up his first victory. Michael Huntley started the day in second position. That would lay down the challenge then to Lorenzo Pronk to try and keep pace. However, he's going up against Andy Hamilton, who you picked out at the start as potentially a bit of value due
45.
to the fact of the quality we know that he's got.
Yeah, the experience he's got here as well at the Modus Super Series, I think will stand him in good stead.
And let's call it how it is. As players, there are certain people you like playing against. And certainly, speaking from my experience and from hearing from others, Andy
100.
Hamilton is not high on the list of people who you like playing.
He's not the quickest, and he's very methodical as he goes through his
100.
routine. He doesn't come back from the board quickly. He's and in comparison with the rest of the group, he's slower.
Walks slowly, takes the darts out
100.
slowly, delivers them slowly. Expressive emotionally when things go well. He's not the ideal opponent, which makes him
100.
very good, because he's actually very good at this game as well.
It makes him dangerous. That's what it makes him.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Dangerous.
140. Michael got 85.
Now, 85 then for Mike. Bullseye then.
60.
Wow.
Kelvin O'Carr, 116.
Just hits the 25. So a chance now for O'Keefe to take out 116. Can he get a leg on the board? That's a good start. Tops then for a 116 finish.
96.
Can't be found.
Michael O'Carr, 25.
That's all it's been so far for Kelvin O'Keefe. Just a couple of darts at the double. Both have gone wayward. And Huntley has really sharpened up his finishing today and continues to do so. 3 from 6, 50%. 90 the average. The numbers are good.
Kelvin to throw first. Game on.
And the number he's going to be most bothered about is that legs column. 3-0 ahead. Looking at 2 vital points and potentially some very good leg difference.
140.
Yeah, and particularly today, then every leg
80.
counts and could tell the tale at the end of the day. Average is there 86.60 and Kelvin 95.94.
Really interesting, that, isn't it? An average of 94.5 for Kelvin O'Keefe.
55.
A player who is at the bottom of the table with just 1 win to his name. Maybe feels a little bit hard done by at the moment to not even have a leg on the board.
100.
Yeah, well, his best game of the day yesterday was the only match that he won. And
98.
have I got that right? I haven't, have I? I dreamt it.
You have very different dreams to me, Trina.
125.
Well,
40.
there's a couple of things going on here. Last start should have been at the 18s to try and leave a finish. Carried on, persisting, trying to hit that treble 20. But the bounce out there really could have cost him an opportunity, and Huntley
95.
is jumping in.
Yeah, his only win yesterday, Calvin, was against Lorenzo Pronk in game 5.
54. Michael
where he
O'Carr,
averaged
101.
89.11.
Well, these are the sort of shots
41.
that Kelvin
Kelvin
O'Keefe's been
O'Carr,
getting an opportunity
114.
at. Michael Huntley really restricting his opportunities to win legs. Needs a treble with the opening 2 darts. Finds it. One more dart, one more opportunity.
74.
And again, just
Michael
grazes
Ricard,
the wire.
60.
A well-thrown dart, but it could be his last.
It's a top cent for Mike.
Game
Takes
shown
it
in
with his
match, Michael
second
Huntley.
dart. And that is a 4-0 victory over Kelvin O'Keefe. Averages there, Mike, 89.73, 88.38 for Kelvin. Coming up next, we have Lorenzo Pronk and Andy Hamilton.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
required
gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
The two players that started at the top of the table today, Brandon Walsh and Michael Huntley, have already taken to the stage and have already picked up victories, which does give them a little bit of a buffer in regards to the league table, especially with that win before the break for Michael Huntley. 4-0 over Kelvin O'Keefe is going to put his legs difference into play. Lorenzo Pronk is the player closest to the chasing players of Brandon Walsh and Michael Huntley. He is sat on 6 points, currently in 3rd position, and right behind him is the Hammer, the 58-year-old, the World Championship runner-up, a weekly winner here at the Modus Super Series. He's looking to get himself alongside Lorenzo Pronk, and with the way those opening 2 games have gone, does that make this now must win for the Hammer?
Yes, I think so. I think it's a must-win for both of them, isn't it? Lorenzo needs to gain points to
First leg,
challenge
Lorenzo through
Huntley
first.
and Walsh. And
Game on.
Andy needs to gain points as well to give him a chance
55.
for possible qualification.
From a very famous darting town, though, isn't he, Lorenzo Pronk? Is it? Can I call it a town, The Hague?
I think it's a city.
It's on the seaside. I know. I've been there a few times. Lovely place. Home of Bradley Roos, who was here a couple of weeks ago. Also a winner here at the Super Series. And the 5-time world champion, Raymond van Barneveld, who sort of hit the headlines this recent week when his announcement was that he is going to be on that very stage in the near future playing the Seniors Champion of Champions.
137.
Yes, indeed. And Raymond van Barneveld is responsible for the big boom in darts
137.
over in the Netherlands.
How do you think he'll get on? You've played all those senior events. Do you think he'll hit the ground running, or is he going to find it a bit trickier than people maybe think?
54.
Well, you would think he would hit the ground running, but you know, Steve come over as well, and so he's enjoying it, you know. And
under your car, 170.
I don't know. You know what darts is like.
Do you think there's a chance here that Barneveld's going to come to the seniors, really enjoy it, and then maybe take the same route Steve Beaton did of going, actually, I
90.
don't really want to play full-time on the circuit, and maybe come to the seniors a bit more permanently?
Always a possibility, I guess.
96. Under your car, 80.
One to keep an eye on for sure throughout 2025.
Finds a treble 20. It's a double 10 for Hamilton. 2 5s then. He finds it with his third dart.
Andy Hamilton
breaks the throw of Lorenzo Pronk. Takes the first leg of this match.
Through first. Game on.
Andy's the weekly winner here. He's played many times at the Super Series. He knows the numbers. He knows the permutations in regards to a Group C. And I suppose for Andy Hamilton, the best thing he
85.
can do right now is almost not play the league table. Because as it stands, he's 4 points away from Michael Huntley, 6 points away from Brandon Walsh.
140.
And you can start ticking it off. You can go, well, I've got to win 2 games. That's going to put me onto game 7 just to draw level. And you can feel like you've not got time. However, my early prediction was I think 12 points may be enough. 14 I think will be certain.
93.
He can still get to 14 points by winning all his games today.
Yeah, in the beginning of the week, he started off well, won his first 3 on Monday. And lost his last 2. And then going into Tuesday was a bit of a disaster day for him. Never won a game. And then again on Wednesday, played well again.
180.
To get himself into this group.
Yeah, one of the things you'd always say about Andy Hamilton is consistency has been his key
Andy
throughout his career.
143.
However, the daily league table on Tuesday he was bottom, and on Wednesday he was top. That takes us to our overall position, Andy Hamilton dropping into Group C. And he dropped into this group just by 2 points, one win away from being in a Group B position.
Yeah, and Andy having the
130.
highest average of Group A as well. So that tells another story. Hamilton here for 46 for a 2-0 lead. Double 16. Finds it with his second dart. Moves into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, Lorenzo through first. Game on.
A 14 dart leg there for Andy. One before being a 15. Currently averaging 103.66.
83.
This is more like Andy Hamilton that we know.
Yeah, he's had some good moments, hasn't he, this week, Andy Hamilton? Some good flashes. The best average of Group A, the highest checkout percentage of Group A.
58.
It was just putting it all together. And certainly yesterday, it looked like he was tiring as the day went on. This fixture
100.
yesterday is 1 from 10 on the outer ring and an average of 70. That's not what we expect from the Hammer.
Yeah, he was struggling yesterday, I have to admit. He looked tired, and there was some tired darts thrown, and
121.
seemed to be pushing the dart a bit. And you tend to do that when you're tired, don't you? You try to launch it, throwing underneath the treble.
140.
I mean, you've played these weeks before. You'll be playing again in the near future. You've got another Women's Week coming up at the Super Series. When does the tiredness actually start to kick in? Is it sort of midway through the day, or do you feel it from the off?
Well, I don't know really. It's hard to say, but last time I was here all week, and kind of like by the Wednesday, you're starting to fade a little bit, and you've got the early mornings, of course, and Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and
60.
Yeah, and the body tends to get a bit stiff, and the arms and the shoulders, and the knees.
I can't imagine there's too many people in the practice room doing the Pilates.
134.
They don't do it Women's Week either.
118. $44. And your car, 54.
Can't send for Hamilton. Take out this 54 for a 3-0 lead. Top cent. 2 10s.
44.
Not to be this time.
Well,
so a chance for Pronk to take out 74.
And that reaction from Hammer tells you everything you need to know. He's in a mode at the moment where he's expecting to hit everything. And he's going to get another opportunity for the double break.
10.
For a 3-0 lead and full control.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy
Takes
Hamilton.
Goes into a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, Andy to through first.
Averaging just over 100 at the moment. Pronk on 88 plus.
100.20. That is an average of 15 darts a leg, which is what he's been doing, a 15, a 14 and a 16. So
100.
He needs either a 13 or a 17 for a nice little bingo card.
$64.
It's a better start for Hamilton today.
I think it's fair to say everyone's sort of up their levels today. We just saw Kelvin O'Keefe lose 4-0 with an 88. That's 6 points better than the performance
60.
of which we saw yesterday. Lorenzo's 5 points on his average from yesterday. Hamilton currently 15 points over. Brandon Walsh staying consistent.
96.
All that does is give us ingredients here for what could be a very tight finish to Group C.
Well, if yesterday's anything to go by, then we're going to be in for a long day and lots of swings and roundabouts.
96.
We didn't learn too much from yesterday, just a slight advantage to the players at the top, which so far they have extended. And this result for Andy Hamilton would be welcomed by Brandon Walsh and Michael Huntley. It means they would have gained 2 points on those qualifying positions after the opening lap of fixtures.
58.
Well, Lorenzo really needs to put in a big score here to make inroads.
79.
Doesn't leave himself a finish. This could be a 4-0 victory here for Hamilton. And that leg difference would be very welcome.
79.
Yeah, make a note of that leg difference. That could be key. There was literally 8 legs separating Brandon Walsh at the top and Kelvin O'Keefe at the bottom
27.
before a dart was thrown. It was tight,
108.
and that is our second deciding factor. If we can't separate them by points, we go to legs, which means early big victories here could be very important when we number crunch at the end of the day. Double 16 to complete the job. What a performance that was from Andy Hamilton. Clinical, vintage display against the man just above him in the table, Lorenzo Pronk, who's not only taken a defeat there, but a heavy defeat. A big swing of legs. Andy Hamilton's here to play. He's up and running. He can still make that top 2 in the qualifying positions. He's 4 points behind now, and just look at those numbers. 95.43 for Andy Hamilton. Clinical. Coming up next, Kelvin O'Keefe takes on Brandon Walsh. Welcome back to the action here on Pluto TV. The Modus Super Series enters the second round of fixtures now on day 2 of Group C. Top 2 players will be booking their place alongside Carl Sneed on Saturday night. And this man, Brandon Walsh, is looking in a very strong position to do that. According to the table, according to what we've seen over the last couple of days, this should be clear sailing for Brandon Walsh. The man at the top of the table takes on Kelvin O'Keefe at the bottom of the table with just 1 win to his name. However, Kelvin O'Keefe, despite
Kelvin
losing...
through first. Game on.
by 4-0 in his opening game to Michael Huntley, shown some real promising signs.
He did indeed, and this match yesterday
59.
was a win for Brandon, but 4-3. So a tight game.
140.
So Keith obviously will be wanting revenge.
A tight game won by Brandon Walsh, where he would have had the
100.
throw in the last leg. However, here at the Super Series, we reverse the fixtures. We reverse the order of throw. So everyone has a
100.
fair crack at things. And today, Kelvin O'Keefe will have the darts. Could that be the turning point, or is Brandon Walsh just going to keep getting stronger and stronger? Because he's
59.
improving as this goes on.
He is, but like you say, hopefully O'Keefe will be thinking, he hopes that having the throw
41.
will be the difference that he needs. As long as he can keep with Brandon, it could come down to a deciding leg again.
Do you know Brandon Walsh actually features in a little bit of
100.
darting history?
Does he?
He does.
Okay.
So many years ago at the then Reebok Stadium at Bolton, I believe it was 2011,
100.
if my memory serves me rightly. So 14 years ago. This is a good memory, this. 14 years back. He was due to play Mensa Suljovic on stage 2. Mensa Suljovic didn't turn up in time and was
60.
timed out,
Brandon O'Keefe,
which meant that
120.
Brandon Walsh got a bye to the next round.
Oh, now then. Can he buy this double?
Game
He
on the
can.
first
A
leg,
120
Brandon
out by Walsh.
Second leg, Brandon
Break
to
a throw
first.
there. And leads by 1-0.
Game on.
A 15-dart leg.
Yeah, just for clarification, if you're not familiar with what the timeout rule means, when you're playing on the PDC events, from the ending of the game before you, it is your
60.
responsibility to get to the board within an allowed time. I believe the UK Open was 5 minutes from the moment the first player arrived. Which is why I think I used to stand by the board and
80.
jump on it really quick, just in case. Right, start the clock. A few people got timed. I think the most
24.
recent one was Steve Brown. That during the COVID days, the event played at Milton Keynes, and you couldn't go and watch the game. So I believe what he did was Steve
60.
went back to his hotel room to watch his son John play, and then saw it come up on the TV screen that Scott Waits has just won, and he was meant to play him, and that he had a forfeit. So he ran down, seeing if he could play,
85.
and they said, no, you missed your slot.
Yeah, no messing with the PDC.
Here's that question then. If they say to you, okay, you can play the
59.
game as long as your opponent agrees, and you're the opponent, do you play the game? I wouldn't. I'd be like, no, I've won. I'm having it.
It's a toughie, innit? I think it all depends who it
60.
is and where you are.
Oh, I'd take it all day. Thank you very much. I'll have that one. If you want to give me the next round, I'll have that as well. I have no shame.
80.
Especially in the UK Open.
Yeah, I think
55.
I think I'd be looking to see who it was against and where you are actually, you know, whether it be early doors or I don't know whether I don't know whether it really matters as to when it is, to be fair.
43.
Yeah, I'd claim it in a final. Give me the trophy now. Sorry, crowd. Off you go. Thanks for coming.
It wouldn't happen though, would it really?
137.
So Walsh on 80 when he returns.
54. Brandon O'Keefe,
It's been
80.
a long week, Matt. So Topsen takes
shot on the
it for a
second leg,
2-0
Brandon.
lead. Just to hold a throw there, but he has got a
Third leg,
leg
Kelvin to
cushion.
first. Game on.
I think maybe you heard your assessment. But before we came on air, we was having a little chat, wasn't we? And I said, Brandon Walsh win
58.
it, and you see if he tightens up his finishing, he'll run away with it. And his finishing today's been exceptional.
Yeah, so far so good for him.
60.
Perfect in this game. 2 from 2. And combination finishes. Checkouts of
100.
120 in the opening leg. The 80 we just seen there. Those confidence builders, those growers. He's probably going to feel right now that
60.
this could be the one. This could be the game that gets him through. You'd forgive him getting a little bit nervous or a little bit edgy. Instead, he's just keeping that consistency.
Yeah, he was pretty happy when I spoke to him. He was pretty happy with how he got on yesterday. He was aware that he needed to tighten up his double in, and
100.
and so far so good today.
He's been around a while, Brandon Walsh, certainly around the various
95.
circuits. Sort of stepped back from them for a little bit of time. Mentioned those appearances in the UK Open, where now they'll feel like a big step forward for him to get some qualifications in those sort of events.
100.
And maybe what he's doing here at the Super Series could really encourage him to try get out there on those circuits and those tours. Stays on the 18s corridor, double 18.
72.
We'll be back. Brandon Walsh being outscored in this leg.
$85. Kelvin O'Carr, 36. $27. Brandon O'Carr, 96.
So he'll stay there. See if he can find the treble 20. He can't.
56.
Just leave
Kelvin
himself
O'Carr,
tops.
9.
Keith now. Chance for a leg on the board. Double 4. 2 2s then. And he finds
on the
it.
third leg, Kelvin O'Keefe.
Gets a leg on the board. Just to hold a throw.
Fourth leg, Brandon is through first. Game on.
Nevertheless, he's back in the game.
And that'll be relief as well, that for Kelvin O'Keefe, because he missed a couple of opportunities to get that done a little
45.
bit cleaner, a little bit easier. He lost his opening game 4-0 to Michael Huntley. 2-0 down, potentially 3-0 down, double breaker throw. You almost start to get that sense of...
140.
I can only describe it as like an embarrassment where you're like, I need to get a leg on the board because I know people are watching me, and you start to panic.
100.
Yeah, he was saying when he got back yesterday that I said to him earlier, I says, okay, then what did you do last night then, lads? And he says, well, I had a cheeseburger.
Oh, great use of time. Did you get any more information? Did you have onions, ketchup?
No, he says, I had a cheeseburger. He says, well, in a Welsh accent, obviously, which I'm not going to do.
You could have a go.
No. And then he says, I had a word with myself. The missus had a word with me. And then the frying pan come out. So, meaning the missus. And the boxing gloves.
Thought maybe you want another cheeseburger.
60. $44.
Well, that was a bit of a chance here to make a move on the Brandon Walsh throw. Who is just starting to get a little bit
68.
wayward. Just feels like he's starting to push the darts a little bit now rather than release them clean, which could come down to that scoreboard pressure we spoke about, because an opportunity here to shift himself onto 12, moving him 6 points away from Lorenzo Pronk and Andy
100.
Hamilton.
And he would be, in his own mind, he would be expecting to win this game with Calvin sitting at the bottom of the table. You know, Calvin's in a position here to do some damage to other players. Finds tops,
Kelvin O'Keefe.
levels the match, and a breaker throw there. by Kelvin.
Kelvin to throw first.
It's 2-2.
He needed something like that, didn't he, Kelvin O'Keefe? Something to give him a little bit of confidence. And now he's back in this game. Brandon Walsh was 2-0 down in his opening game and turned it around, so he knows how quick these games can twist and turn.
99.
I've asked you a question you probably thought you was never going to be asked today. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to give you a second one in game number 4.
Fire away.
So Brandon Walsh, I believe, is from the same village as me, Rosington.
Okay.
Which is sort of a suburb of Doncaster, which he's already alluded to as a hometown. Sometimes it's easier just to say I'm from Doncaster than I'm Rosington. It's a couple of miles outside. And we have a very nice delicacy in Rosso.
45.
Chocolate concrete. Have you ever had some chocolate concrete? The face tells me no.
No. It sounds like I'll need to go to the dentist afterwards.
Yeah, it's like a really dry brownie sort of thing. We have it at school, down Grange Lane.
But that isn't school meals, just bad cooking.
Well, it was pink custard.
41.
Chalky concrete and pink custard.
87.
Down Grange Lane. That's how it's done.
$47.
Well, O'Keefe in control, or well in control in this match. On tops after 12.
140. Kelvin 40.
So tops then to go ahead.
Getting shown the fifth
And he
leg,
takes
Kelvin
it.
O'Keefe.
Well, there's Walsh at the beginning of this match.
6 leg Brandon to throw first.
2-0 ahead. And then comes back. O'Keefe leads by 3 legs to 2.
And the entire Group C will be in
41.
the back room looking at this, and they'll be very happy with what they're seeing. The man at the top of the table, Brandon Walsh, could come back to the chasing pack here over the next couple of fixtures. Kelvin O'Keefe is getting stronger. He won a scrappy leg in 21 darts.
22.
Then he's gone out in 18. Then 13. But is this now the problem where that winning line's in sight for the first time in a long time?
100.
Well, he is against the throw in this leg. So a good possibility here
180.
that it's going to go to a decider. However, O'Keefe fires in a 180 there. His second of the match.
180.
And Brandon says, I can do that too. Fires one in himself.
Good to see the response and the reaction there for Brandon Walsh, who was just starting to
95.
wilt a little bit.
Yeah, a little fist pump. Give yourself some encouragement.
140.
Well, that's a great leave. It's great timing here from Brandon Walsh.
Well, everything
44.
would suggest we're going to go the
Brandon
distance,
40.
just like this game did yesterday, a 4-3 victory for Brandon Walsh. And we
James
do.
on the sixth
We
leg,
go the
Brandon Walsh.
distance. But yesterday, at this point, Brandon Walsh had the advantage
Seven
of
the
throw.
final leg, Kelvin just
Kind of was the
first.
question at the start of the game. Will that come into play? It is now.
Yes, exactly that. And this could make the difference and reverse the result from yesterday.
100.
Oh, it's a game that's had it all. Twists and
100.
turns. Big power scores. Cheeseburger conversations. Chalky concrete. Pink custard. Last leg shootout. And potentially blowing this group a little
59.
bit more open than maybe we thought.
$60.
Well, it's pretty much neck and neck. The 59 that O'Keefe threw previously was not punished by Walsh. Could only manage a 60 himself.
In these last leg shootouts, so you do that, don't you? Start playing it shot for shot. It almost becomes beat the score. You see your opponent miss, not go up there with a treble. You think, right, I've got to get a treble. I've got to jump in, take advantage.
Yeah, and sometimes it puts that extra bit of pressure on instead of you just trying to maintain with a steady throw.
55.
Tend to push the dart a little bit more.
I think that's what we're seeing here for O'Keefe now. A hat-trick of visits there without a treble. He's only found the one treble from his 12 darts so far.
80.
Brandon Walsh is just stumbling himself towards the finishing line, but without really gaining any sort of advantage here. This is where the advantage of throw really comes into play. Getting desperate here. He's got to be looking at the 18s.
44.
And he's made a few mathematical errors in his time here at the Super Series, and that is another one for O'Keefe, which gives Brandon Walsh 6 darts now at the 178 to get the job done, to extend his lead at the
60.
top. But the drama continues. Leaves himself lots of work to do.
Yeah, very edgy leg, this one.
92. Brandon Carr, 118.
Does find a treble 19 with his last start, but Walsh here on 118 for the match. Can't be done now.
42. Kelvin Carr, 91.
Doesn't shave too much off the score. Oh, he's going to get 2. 2 at the match.
71. Brandon Carr,
Chance to double his
76.
points tally.
Well, missed opportunity there. Can Brandon make this count? Tops required.
36.
And he's wired it.
Kelvin Carr, 20.
So another chance for O'Keefe to reverse the scoreline from yesterday. 2 10s.
Getting shot in the match.
Oh, and he
Kelvin
finds
O'Keefe.
it. Second dart in hand, and that's just complicated things here in this Group C campaign. Brandon Walsh not able to keep the performance going of what we saw in game number 1, and a bit of a surprise defeat there for Brandon Walsh if you take a look at the table. Kelvin O'Keefe with just his second victory of this Group C campaign. He lost his opening game by 4 legs to 0, turns it around against the man at the top of the table and opens things up. Coming up next, Ricardo Olrich, Andy Hamilton.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
I just wanted to make sure that I make Africa proud, and South Africa and Cape Town, and especially my hometown, which is Mitchell's Plain.
I know I don't carry the whole world on my shoulders. I only carry Africa and South Africa on it.
For me, having the African warrior on my back is a lot more that comes with it.
The African warrior, David Peterson!
That one's in. A little lad at the front shouted yes when he thought that he hit the double 16 with the first.
David Peterson is a global superstar.
He has waited 44 years for an opportunity to play darts on the TV. He started playing darts at 11 years old. Up until this point.
Flag, Simon Adams.
One of the most exciting weeks we have had here at the Super Series. International Pairs Week is back. South Africa will be back. They've just won at the World Cup of Darts 4-1 over Norway. Devon Peterson will be partnering Simon Adams here, though, and we will be revealing another partnership on Saturday. It will be the Welsh partnership, as Wales will be taking part in International Pairs Week number 2. Now, with 2 Welsh players in the field, this could have been a really smooth transition back to the action, but none of them are on stage right now. It's going to be Ricardo Olrich against Andy Hamilton. Ricardo Olrich has already taken to the stage once so far today, a 4-2 defeat to Brandon Walsh, but Andy Hamilton was exceptional. An average of 95.43, 4 from 7 on his doubles, a 4-0 victory over Lorenzo Pronk.
First leg,
if someone's going to come out of the pack today and upset those top 2 positions from the opening round of fixtures, the eye was drawn to the hammer.
Yeah, and also
30.
108 outshot in that match as well by Andy Hamilton. Very good performance.
60.
Looked vintage, Andy Hamilton, didn't it? The sort of focus, that
43.
aggression, that controlled nature. And dare I say, Andy Hamilton, just sort of a little bit quicker today than what we've seen so far.
Do you think?
Certainly in his approach play to the hockey.
Okay.
60.
That bit never changes. The delivery of the darts, I reckon you could put a stop clock on him, and it's probably not changed in 15 years.
84.
But that bit,
Yeah, right.
straight
Yeah.
in.
Okay.
He's one of those players, Andy Hamilton, when it's not going right, can often stand at the back of the hockey and almost wait for the opponent to move completely out of the way before approaching.
Well, he is playing Ricardo here, who's a pretty quick thrower himself.
95.
He's not slow in retrieving either.
I mean, you've travelled the world, trainer, playing this game, conquered it on 10 occasions. Have you played in any of those tournaments or countries where, like,
57.
you can't go to the hockey till the opponent's moved past it, and they put the line across?
Where it's been that tight? Is that what you mean?
No, they put the line across the hockey, and you can't throw your darts and go
100.
to the hockey until the players move past the throwing line.
No, I haven't.
I found that recently. I think it was Slovenia I went to, and you weren't allowed to go to the hockey until they walked past.
Oh, right. Okay. No, that's a new one on me.
Felt like COVID darts all over again. We just needed the lollipop man. Remember the go and
51.
stop.
Ricardo Car 149. $59.
I can't find the treble 20. But we'll be back for the 90. Is Hamilton back on 216? Let's see if he can apply pressure to that 90. And it doesn't look like
66.
he can.
Ricardo Car 90.
ball then.
50.
Well, he's hit a 10.
Under your car, 150.
Leaves tops.
Yeah, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He was just setting it up. Another one of those. Ricardo thinks it's going to go.
132.
Almost.
Ricardo car 40.
Almost. A chance for Ricardo. 2 10s now.
Getting
And he takes it out.
Ricardo
Second dart. Takes the first leg of the match.
Second leg Andy to through first. Game
Was
on.
that a bit of an insight, though, into the psychology of Ricardo? Someone who monitors, someone who's watching everything, because he was reactive there. Is he someone who gets drawn in? And maybe this is the bit that's maybe preventing his game from going further. Because as you go up the ranks and you play those more established names, those sort of shots like Andy Hamilton was threatening happen to you more often.
140.
Yeah, it could well be. And it's, like I say, it's all new experience for Ricardo here at the Modus Super Series. So it doesn't matter how old you are and how many years you've been playing. You still learn from each match that you play.
Yeah, new experience, he said there, and I think that's one thing that he's definitely going to take from this experience. But he can still extend it. We've just seen Brendan Walsh lose. He's only 2 victories away from chasing down Michael Huntley in second position. He's still well and truly in.
140.
Of the 11 players that will be in action today, 6 will go home.
80.
And as things stand, we're none the wiser who they may be. Everyone's still in the running.
$34. Ricardo, your car,
not
141.
the best of throws there. However, he will have the
59.
opportunity
Under your car, 90.
to take this 90 out.
Wayward. That's inviting. That wayward dart may have actually worked out better for him. It
42.
gave him a bit of a bounce or a bit
Ricardo
of a marker,
car,
wasn't able to
82.
use it. And Ricardo finds the bullseye. Gives him 2 darts to break the
50.
throw.
Under your car, 48.
Opportunities not going the way of Ricardo in the early goings of his second game today.
Double 16 then.
Game
And
shot
he
of the
finds
second
it.
leg, Andy Hamilton.
The scores are level at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Ricardo.
You know,
to
it was a
through
good
first.
opportunity
Game on.
there for Ricardo to break the throw of Hamilton. Couldn't quite
140.
find the double 16.
Yeah, as a player who goes that route myself, as soon as you hit that bullseye, you think it's going to go. Because you've just hit the smallest target on the board. And then you look at the double. It's about 4 times the size. It normally feels like quite an easy transition. So he'll be quite disappointed with that.
57.
It's a good chance for him to really gain some control in this match. Break the throw. Put himself halfway to victory. But is
85.
that, again, one of the signs that we're seeing about Ricardo at the moment, that maybe just getting a little bit excited when those opportunities are presenting?
$100.
He's almost too aware, isn't he? I'm watching him now. I'm
95.
watching him like a hawk. I'm seeing what's going on. His eyes keep going to that scoreboard. He's monitoring every moment, sort of living and breathing every day. Oh, he's looking again.
Yeah, you can kind of like overthink things as well, and can lose that little bit of concentration on your throw.
It's dart by dart. I look at the board. I look at the
100.
scoreboard. I look what's going on. I look at the scoreboard again. That is the scoreboard over to the left-hand side of the players, which is where the eyes keep flickering across to.
57.
Looking again. Walk to the back of the yoke. I'll have another look. I'll have a look what Andy Hamilton's doing. Look at the darts. And where's that put him?
58. Ricardo
looked again.
Car 124. $92.
You ever thought there might be a fly on the TV or something like that, on the TV, on the scoreboard?
You can just become too aware, can't you? And I just think that's what's... And that just builds pressure.
28. Ricardo Car 32.
Double 16 then.
Game
Oh, he
shot on
finds
the
it with his
leg,
third
Ricardo
dart.
Olrich.
And leads by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg Andy to throw first. Game
Well,
on.
He must know the score because he's not looked at the scoreboard yet. And on 3, 2, 1. There you go. Talk about timing.
140. $60.
What was your philosophy on that, though, Trina? In all seriousness, was you sort of a head-down focus on your game, or did you want to see what was going on? Was you watching the board?
No, I was head down. Head down and just focus on what I was doing.
46.
Exactly that. You can't control anything else, can you? You can't control what your opponent does. You've got no influence on the game other than this bit. When you're delivering your darts, that's your influence on the game.
81.
Other than that, yeah, head down.
Excuse me.
$87.
I'm going to go out after the break to see if there's a spider on it or a fly or something.
One
A nice maximum there, though,
okay.
from Ricardo. The first of this match.
$94.
Well, he's putting himself in a good position that when he comes off the stage, he'd like to look at the league table. 6 games played, 2 wins, 4 defeats, minus 5 leg difference going into this game, just the 4 points. But because it's been so tight, that can change so quickly. Just a couple of back-to-back wins is all you're going to need.
Well, Ricardo
98. Ricardo
has the
Car
opportunity for a 3-1 lead here. Tops.
60.
Just
Andy Car
underneath
36.
the wire. So Hamilton now, double 18 to level it.
Game show on the fourth leg, Andy Hamilton.
Takes it. Levels the match at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, Ricardo to throw first. Game on. $34.
These good 2 first darts from Hamilton.
123.
Just goes into the treble 1 bed with his third dart.
58.
I'm going to get your thoughts on something that really intrigues me quite a lot. When you look at players like Andy Hamilton, who didn't pick up a major title but had some big achievements. The UK Open runner-up in 2013, Grand Slam runner-up in 2007. The big one, the World Championship final in 2012.
134.
But he's also picked up some other titles, UK Open qualifier, a Players' Championship title
58.
over in Gibraltar in 2007. Do you think when Andy Hamilton describes himself, if he's only got one sentence to describe himself, does he call himself a 3-time Pro Tour winner, or does he introduce himself as the 2012 World Championship runner-up?
That's a good question. Probably a 3-time. It's a bit more.
41.
Does it suggest more consistency?
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? Do you want to be known as a winner or a runner-up, but you're the runner-up in the biggest tournament in the world. And to some people, that might be... It's certainly paid more than the 3 Pro Tour titles. But
45.
Is the fact they are titles, does that mean so much more?
Well, if I was him, I'd say the lot.
140.
Well, Ricardo leaves himself 170. And Hamilton can't finish on 159, of course.
$54. Ricardo, your car 170.
So can Ricardo take out the big fish? Not to be this time.
58. And your car 105.
105 then. Which way is he going to go? Finds the treble 19. And now requires double 16.
89. Ricardo, your car 112.
Lovely shot, this one. Just one treble needed. Target been thrown at the whole time. Although
44.
Maybe didn't like the lie there,
Andy
moving
O'Carr,
away.
16.
I mean, Andy Hamilton a chance now to break the throat. Put himself a leg away from the win.
Getting shot on the
Finds
fifth
it.
leg, Andy
No
Hamilton.
drama, no fuss. And I suppose that question
Six leg
I
Andy
posed a
through
moment
first.
ago, maybe
Game
you
on.
want to walk down memory lane. And we're just having to take a look through the 2012 World Championship, of which Andy Hamilton reached the final, losing out 7-3 to Adrian Lewis on that occasion. It was a very tight semi-final, 6-5 victory over Simon Whitlock, who
100.
we're going to see here in a couple of weeks' time. Kim Hybrex 5-2, a player, I believe Kim Hybrex was on debut that year in 2012.
100.
But the third round's the interesting one, because he's beat Alsanas, he's beat Van der Voort, took that number 16 position away from Van der Voort, which make you think he should have played Phil Taylor in the third round. But Taylor actually lost in the
60.
second round to Dave Chisholm. And where Andy Hamilton does what happened all the time there. Player beats Taylor, goes out the next round. Hamilton 4-0 over Chizzy. £100,000 he got that year for the runner-up position. We know nowadays it's £1 million for the
60.
winner going forward.
Yeah, serious money.
41.
Wish mine was half of that. Not even half, actually.
You'd take 10% of $1 million, wouldn't you? That'll do.
Yeah, that'll do.
70. $85.
In full control though now, Andy Hamilton. He'll be sensing the chance. Back-to-back victories, 4 from 4 on the points column today.
99.
Well, leaves himself on 112 when he returns.
95. Andy O'Carr 112.
Maybe he's got 2 visits at this with... Well, he's going to need to. Can't go now. Wayward first start. Becomes just a set-up play. Treble will leave it handy.
40.
Not quite handy there for
Ricardo
Andy.
O'Carr 136.
And now a chance for Ricardo. Can't find the second treble.
96. Andy O'Carr 72.
Should Andy miss this, he's left himself tops.
He's going to get 2.
$48.
He
Ricardo
needs
O'Carr
more.
40.
Well, a chance now for Ricardo to level the match here. Do we go into a deciding leg?
30. Andy O'Carr 24.
Not this time. So 24 now for Hamilton to wrap this match up.
He's had opportunities, Ricardo. He had opportunities against Brandon Walsh, wasn't able to take them. He's had opportunities against Andy Hamilton.
18. Ricardo Car 10.
But he's got to get the darts back out. He thought that was over. He put the darts in the pocket. Put them back in the pocket.
Andy Car 6.
Might be putting him in the case.
Double 3. 1 for double 1. Just to move along the hockey. A bit of a high dart there. But he finds it.
Hamilton.
And that is a 4-2 victory to Andy Hamilton over Ricardo Olrich. Averages, not great. 74.38 and 73.83. One maximum from Ricardo. And then coming up next, we have Mike Huntley and Lorenzo Pronk.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Things are getting very interesting here at the Super Series on decision day. No one has fallen yet mathematically and no one is through. However, Andy Hamilton has just moved himself into a good position after a 4-2 win over Ricardo Olrich, putting himself level with Michael Huntley, who now takes to the stage to take on Lorenzo Pronk.
First leg, Michael is through first.
To back up the victory
Game on.
the pair played yesterday. It was a good game, it was a tight game, it was a close game, a 4-2 success from Huntley. And that is why at the moment Michael Huntley is still holding a qualifying position. However, depending on the score here, if he is to lose this game by a couple of legs, Andy Hamilton will go
41.
into a qualifying position after 7 of the 10 fixtures have been played. Important game for Michael.
140.
He starts off well. Mike's had a 3-game wait, and sometimes that can be a bit of a hindrance.
Especially when you've had a real positive performance like he did. It was a 4-0 victory for Mike Huntley when he played his opening game. Average just shy of 94 from 7 on the doubles. It was a good clinical performance, and he hit the ground running just like he's doing
Michael
here.
Carr, 129.
$90 required.
57.
Goes for the treble 18, but can't convert. But he will be back for the 72.
100. Michael Carr, 72.
Double 18.
54.
Not this time, but he has got plenty of time. There's Pronk back on 232.
Yeah, time for 2 reasons.
65.
One is earned it
Michael
through power
Carr, 18.
scoring, and the other one because Lorenzo hasn't yet found much here. Just about gets himself to a finish after 15 darts.
10.
But that may be
Carr,
a bit of a welcome miss
167.
in the end there for Mike. Coming away from the double 9, will return for double 4 to get the first leg on the board.
Michael Carr, 8.
Double 4 then for Mike. Takes it with his first start.
Michael Huntley.
The first leg to Mike
Second leg,
Huntley.
Lorenzo through first. Game on.
Just to hold a throw. Turned out to be a 19 dart leg, that one.
60. $85.
Do you know if Lorenzo Pronk's
60.
got a nickname trainer?
Now then, let me think.
I've asked my friend AI,
Yeah,
which I don't know why, I'm just really obsessed with AI at the minute.
I can see that.
I like playing with it. And they've suggested that can't find any specific information about a nickname
58.
for Lorenzo Pronk. As far as they know, he's a Dutch dart player, has competed in some PDC events. We know that from a few years back, sort of around the 2019 sort of time. But
99.
no record according to AI.
No, I've in my notes as well. There is no nickname for
42.
Lorenzo. There's a lot of dart players now, you know, that you say to them about a nickname. If you got a nickname, they'll go, no, and I don't want one.
There's actually someone whose nickname is No Name.
140.
Doug
Yeah,
Bain.
that's it.
95.
Played here at the Super
Michael
Series
Carr,
last year.
118.
Good player.
$58.
Well, Mike will return for 60. Can Lorenzo put any pressure on
80.
here? Well, that's unfortunate. Hits the barrel
Michael
of the dart.
60.
Finds it on the floor.
Second time it's happened to him today in an important moment.
Game shown in the second
Huntley
leg, Michael
cashes
Huntley.
in. His doubles today have been good. 4 from 7 in the
Third
opener,
leg,
2
Michael
from
is through
6 here.
first. Game on.
Cashing in the chances that are being presented, and he needs to. He's got Andy Hamilton breathing down his neck.
$140. $89.
Well, he does find the treble 20 with his last dart. But a disappointing visit by Lorenzo Pronk.
55.
On a couple of the seniors events, hasn't he, Michael Huntley? Won one in 2022 and one in 2023. You've been on those tour events, trainer. How do you rank those? What's the levels like? Is that quite a significant win there for Huntley?
Yes, it is.
98.
The levels are good. And, you know, you've got the likes of Derek Coulson as well that's played on that
40.
tour as well. And you can see where Coulson is now when he came here to the Modus Super Series. Qualified.
55.
One Saturday evening. And yeah, so the quality is very good.
25.
And some names and reputations as
Michael
well.
153.
Some very impressive CVs taking part on that circuit. But time again for Huntley. This is all just coming a little bit easy for him at the moment. Lorenzo Pronk completely off of his game.
99.
Huntley nearly 20 points better on the averages.
Yeah, it's been disappointing so far by Lorenzo.
133.
However, he does
Michael
pile in a
54.
137 there. Can he find it with his last
He's
start?
on the
He
third
can,
leg,
right
Michael
in the
Huntley.
corner. Goes into a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, Lorenzo. is through
Reliable, I
first.
think, would be a
Game
good
on.
word to describe Michael Huntley today. Really does feel likely when he gets down to the checkouts.
There's no consistency whatsoever
66.
in Lorenzo's match play today. Maybe tired from a long week.
85.
He's been here from Monday, of course. He looks tired, doesn't he?
Yeah, and you can tell with the darts
82.
going low, darts going left, that's just swinging, that's just turning and rotating the body with the shot, rather than just being able to extend and throw and propel. Where Huntley looks very
100.
fresh. 53-year-old who, it says here, fun fact, again, my good old pal AI.
81.
A fun fact is his walk-on song he's chosen, which is a reflection of his fun and engaging personality. I bet you look good on the dance floor. I wonder if he's a bit of a dancer.
59.
Wow. Let's see if he'll be dancing later.
We've got some hidden talents, haven't we? Mike Warburton was here a couple of weeks back. He likes a bit of the old
100.
karaoke.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Maybe it's a Welsh thing. They like singing and dancing.
Oh, they do. They've got some good
140.
voices, though, haven't they? The Welsh, generally speaking.
Well, we'll see some Welsh players here in the near future. International Pairs Week. The lineup for the Welsh team will be announced on Saturday. Well, tomorrow now, isn't it?
94. Michael Carwood
It is. The week's gone quick. Finds a treble 20. Finds a single 17. Tops required.
Game
And he
showing
finds
match,
that
Michael
too.
Huntley.
And that is a 4-0 victory by Huntley. A 15 dart leg there. Lorenzo not getting it together at all. And an 87.13 for Michael. And Lorenzo 74.36. No 180s in that match. Coming up next, we have Andy Hamilton and Kelvin O'Keefe.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where this is what we have seen so far. A great day for Michael Huntley. Back-to-back victories of 4-0, yet to lose a leg so far today. The total opposite for Lorenzo Pronk, who is yet to win a leg. 4-0 defeats to Michael Huntley and Andy Hamilton have left the league table looking a little bit tight when we're looking at those top two positions. Reminder, it is position 1 and 2 which will qualify. They are occupied by Michael Huntley and Brandon Walsh on 10, but they have company in the form of Andy Hamilton, who has won both of his games so far today and is looking very dangerous. It could become a 3-horse race come the end of cycle number 8 of 10. And it is Andy Hamilton who is on the hockey. And he is going to be taking on Kelvin O'Keefe, the man at the bottom of the table, who has only picked up 2 victories so far in this group campaign. However, one of those victories came in his last game. A 4-3 victory over the player who has been running away with things at the top from the off, Brandon Walsh. Does that, trainer, give Kelvin O'Keefe the confidence he needs to go and rival the unbeaten today, Andy Hamilton?
Well, I'm sure it does. It's all to play for, isn't it? And Kelvin's can play freely, really, can't he? Because he is at the bottom of the table. I think he can still qualify, but it all depending on others' results.
99.
But he could do some damage here as well to Andy, and so we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, 6 points still out there to be played for in the last 3 rounds of fixtures, which means Kelvin O'Keefe could reach 10 points. If Brandon Walsh or Michael Huntley was to go on and lose every single one of those games, and they will start playing against each other at the conclusion of this fixture. So there is a chance, could reach 10.
81.
The big problem here, though, is a leg difference of -6. He's not just going to need to win, he's going to need to win very heavy.
100.
Mathematically possible. However,
probably as likely as a lottery win, really, isn't it? It's probably as likely as winning the lottery, and then when you're going to cash it in, you got struck by lightning.
125.
Oh. That's lovely, happy and bright.
Welcome to the summer.
140.
Still, though, it's a chance. It's a possibility. This is probably just not the fixture he wants right now. Andy Hamilton winning 2 games, looking good today as well, is the hammer. And for Kelvin O'Keefe, who doesn't quite have the same level of experience on this platform, these are the games that you sort of want to come here to play. The opportunity to play on a broadcast like Pluto TV against one of the legends of the sport.
And car 136.
Well, he's having a good leg here, O'Keefe. And he will be back for the 61.
80. Kelvin O'Carr, 61.
And that last start really was just thrown away, wasn't it, by Hamilton? Double 4 then.
57. Andy O'Carr,
Not to be
56.
this time. So a chance for Hamilton to hold his throat and take out 56. Tops then. Takes it with his second dart. Just about holds onto his throw there.
Second leg, Kelvin to throw first.
Kelvin
Game on.
having the opportunity to break. Not taking his chance. And Hamilton leads by 1-0.
That's probably the assessment Kelvin O'Keefe would give you at this point as well. He'll probably feel he's had chances he has. The odd dart here and there. He could have quite easily won his opening 2 games. Even though he actually lost 4-0 to Michael Huntley.
57.
Yeah, the scoreline suggests that it was an absolute
85
walkover, as in each leg being blasted out the water, but that wasn't the case.
We've had a couple of scorelines that would suggest that today as well, haven't we? Michael Huntley winning 4-0 against Kelvin O'Keefe. We had Andy Hamilton with a 4-0 of his own against Lorenzo Pronk.
140.
And then Michael Huntley again 4-0 over Lorenzo Pronk. Both in the nil column for the wrong and the right reasons.
60.
Yeah, Lorenzo really suffering today. Not found any form whatsoever at the moment. And time's ticking.
He's got a couple of games to sit back now. He's got this game that we're watching, Andy Hamilton against Kelvin O'Keefe. And Brandon Walsh against Michael Huntley. So a little bit of time on his side, which he may need, although Andy Hamilton looks like he wants to get this job done very quickly.
60.
Yeah, good leg here from Hamilton. 1-2-4 required. Treble 18. Finds it.
92.
Good choice. Didn't need to go for the bullseye. There's O'Keefe back on 196, so just sets it up for double 16 when he returns.
135, Andy McCarr 32.
He comes here by choice. A great decision by Andy Hamilton to come back with 3 darts in hand.
Getting shot in the second leg, Andy Hamilton.
Nice 13 dart leg there for the hammer. Bumps his average up
Third leg,
over the
Andy,
100 mark
first.
once again.
Game on.
He was sort of running that opening game, wasn't he, Andy Hamilton? Over the 100 mark for the majority of it. Just tailed off a little bit towards the end. And then was nowhere near it in his last game against Ricardo. And then he's back to that power scoring Andy Hamilton of match number 1.
Yeah, and opens up with a maximum. Yeah, as you said, his last game
100.
Very different to his first, and again, so far this match very different to his second match.
And he needed to get legs on the
43.
board today, Andy Hamilton. He found 4 in the opener, and he's on for another strong victory here. In fact,
95.
A win here by 4-1 or 4-0 would temporarily move him into those qualifying positions, relegating Brandon Walsh out.
$97.
Here are all the permutations. You're going to go to and fro
85.
throughout today.
We did suggest at the start of the show that Brandon Walsh wasn't safe in that position. He could get swamped quite easily due to how tight this group is. And it's only took that 1 defeat. And before he comes back to the hockey, he could be out of the top 2.
77.
Well, Andy will return for the 104. And O'Keefe just looking to
60.
pressurise. He does leave himself a shot.
104.
Well, a big one. Finds a treble 18. Finds a single. Now double 16 for a 3-0 lead. Oh,
79.
and he slips into the big 7.
Car 161.
First start he's missed at a double in this game, Andy Hamilton. He's been perfect until now. Which would be why he's getting a little bit of frustration from the hammer in the background. He will be back. Colin O'Keefe unable to find the monstrous 161 finish on this occasion.
Andy Car 25.
He should be getting 2 darts here. Be a leg away from another 2 points.
Two 4s then.
21.
And Andy can't find it, so there is an
64.
outside chance here that O'Keefe can take out this 64. Another 16 for double 16. And
Games
that
on the third
is a
leg,
breaker
Kelvin
throw
O'Keefe.
from Hamilton. Gets a leg on the board.
4 for Kelvin to throw first.
Throws
Game
first in this leg. Opportunity now to level the match.
Well, it was all
32.
looking really easy at that point there for Andy Hamilton. You almost felt certain he was about to take a 3-0 lead. And all of a sudden has just played himself into a bit of drama here.
140.
Now starts the leg off strong with a 140. Keith only managing 32.
100.
Finds a treble.
$100.
And Hamilton matches O'Keefe's score.
$100.
Current averages at the moment, Hamilton 96.61 and 87.89 for Kelvin.
81.
Strong game here from Andy Hamilton.
$100.
That is potentially one of the biggest weaknesses in his game. It's where the nickname comes from as well, isn't it? Casio, play on a brand of calculator. Due to those sort of mathematical errors. Andy Hamilton, though, if he'd hit a 140 here, could really have compounded that misery. However, doesn't make too much of an inroad there. Leaves himself lots of work to do, and Kelvin could get away with this here.
Yeah, of course. In his last game, in his last leg, his last throw, he should have gone for the 19s with his last dart.
129. Undercar 95.
But leaves himself tops. Like you say, he could get away with it.
The difference between the levels, isn't it? Those small percentages, understanding the numbers. But the number right now is 38, which is double 19 for the hammer.
76. Kelvin
Well, he had a couple of opportunities to be 3-0 up. He's had chances to be 3-1 up. Andy Hamilton is playing himself back into this game. Kelvin O'Keefe taking his chances. 16 darter there to back up the 18 darter of the last leg.
Fifth leg Andy to through first. Game on.
Did go to Q School this year, did Kelvin O'Keefe.
118.
I think you'd say the most notable victory he's picked up, certainly how it's aged, would be that against Adam Lipscomb. Player who used to come here to the Super Series before picking up his card and becoming a Pro Tour finalist.
140.
A quality player. Yeah, he's doing very well on the Pro Tour. And this is Super Darts.
140.
From Andy Hamilton.
$100.
Good darts here as well from Kelvin. 140 ton so far in this leg.
$100.
Problem's not been Andy Hamilton in regards to the scoring stage. He's getting himself down and getting the chances. It's now starting to come on the outer ring.
140. Undercar 143.
But Kelvin is starting to find his scoring boots. Bit of confidence is a dangerous thing in your opponent.
$60.
So there is a chance here
121.
for O'Keefe. 1-2-1. Finds the treble 20. Hits 11. Is
90.
quite a way away from the bullseye.
83.
Just flicked at the dart, didn't he? Didn't release that one properly. I think the easiest way to say he's got a bit too excited. Same won't be said here for Andy Hamilton. He will deliver this one in his own time, in his own way.
41.
He too is some distance
31.
away from the bullseye. So 31 then. Double 12. And he finds it with his second dart. Breaks the throw of Andy Hamilton and moves into a 3-2 lead.
I think he was angry, Hamilton, actually, at the end of that one. Very frustrated at the back of the stage. Averages dead level. Nothing to separate the pair.
100.
There is something to separate them on the scoreboard. Kelvin O'Keefe is thrown for the match. Andy Hamilton was 2-0 up. And this is a game where Andy Hamilton could have moved himself into the top two. Instead, Huntley and Walsh could be very, very relieved
100.
and happy with what they're seeing.
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. And Kelvin proving that he could be the spoiler today.
100.
If he gets some good results against the top players, then he's going to make things very difficult.
$57. $100.
Yet another ton.
It's great darts from O'Keefe. In this position, when you're looking to serve it out, you've got the advantage of the throw. Just find that one treble of visit. Force the hammer to hit a maximum.
140.
Nearly did.
$100.
Wow, that's great darts from Kelvin. Ton, 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 ton.
Battling back the smile, wasn't he? Rightly so. He's got a chance here for the 5-ton leg. Very rarely seen in the game of darts. You'd think you'd see it all the time.
WK 101.
Yeah. You used to see it more often, but not now with the different combinations that people are using.
This combination leads him to double 16 for a 15 dart around the win. He finds it. What a great finale that is from Kelvin O'Keefe. He was 2-0 down. The writing looked on the wall for 3-0, for 3-1, but he just kept plugging away, turns it around and gets a 4-2 success. A nice 15 dart, a 5-ton leg in the end. Gets him up to 6 points. His second victory of the day. Back-to-back wins over Brandon Walsh and Andy Hamilton. And coming up next, it's the top two. Brandon Walsh, Michael Huntley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky
Which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
The new Modus Super Series champion. It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
That's right, we'll be moving about 20 of the Modus Super Series logos and replacing them with tables and chairs that you can come down on a Saturday night and join in the action. We've had some great Saturday nights so far. Smith, Taylor, O'Shea and McGurk already booked themselves a place into Champions Week, and we'll be adding one more name to that list. Carl Sneed is definitely there. We will get the lineup completed, and not only that, you've got an audience with Phil the Power Taylor, the 16-time world champion, alongside other special events such as our Influencers event, and the World Seniors will be here on the 29th of June, featuring 5-time world champion Raymond van Barneveld taking to the Modus stage for the very first time. Well, our action goes back to Friday, it goes back to Group C, and it goes to the top of the table. Michael Huntley and Brandon Walsh, position 1, position 2. Whoever wins this will be walking off the stage on top and 4 points clear.
Game on.
Of the cut-off to get themselves into Saturday Showdown, where you could be joining us.
Well, Brandon,
100.
Victorious yesterday in this fixture. So he would have won that against the darts.
100.
Has the darts today. But I'm sure Mike
41.
will be wanting revenge.
I mean, Huntley's been exceptional today. He's had to face no sort of adversity. He's won both
60.
of his games by 4-0. Doubles have been good. Everything about what he has done so far today has just been clinical.
Yeah, he's
83.
been a different player to yesterday. He wasn't bad yesterday. He's just been so consistent today.
100.
And, his scoring's been fantastic.
But can you get into an area where you almost get a bit too comfortable? When you've got back-to-back 4-0
100.
victories, do you start to get that sort of invincible feeling where when it starts to go, inevitably he's going to lose a leg. He's not going to go through the day winning every single leg. If he does, I believe he'll be the first person ever to
100.
do that in the Super Series history. But surely when those losses start to come, you might start feeling like you're doing something different or wrong because it's all come so easy to him so far.
137.
It has so
Michael
far,
Calvert,
and
41.
it'll be interesting to see how he handles losing a leg if he does. Because at the moment he's got that
109.
clean
Brandon
sheet.
Well, it might be here. Oh, wayward. Brandon Walsh has been so good on tops throughout the day. Could save it on double 16. He doesn't.
Michael Carr,
The
32.
invincibility, the force field around Michael Huntley could continue.
Getting shown the
And he
first leg,
finds
Michael
the double
Huntley.
16 to take the first leg and a break of throw.
Second leg, Michael who threw first.
16 dart leg there by Huntley.
I wonder what the secret is for Huntley. I wonder if he's been sat up all night with Kelvin O'Keefe, Lorenzo Pronk, and now
125.
Brandon Walsh voodoo dolls.
135.
Probably not, but if you were to suggest it, you'd probably think it a good idea.
$83. 60.
This could be a nervy game.
140.
But with darts like that, Huntley in control. Leaves himself 153 when he returns.
100. Michael Carr, 153.
Brandon can only manage a ton. So treble 20, not to be done this time. Goes for treble 19 and finds it. Leaves himself double 8. Brandon here, way back.
45.
And can't find a treble.
16.
Does leave himself a finish, but double 8 for Huntley. Finds it with his second dart.
Michael Huntley.
Moves into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, Brandon is through first.
14 dart leg there from Huntley.
He's halfway to the perfect day. He's won 10 legs in a row. And yesterday, he won against Kelvin O'Keefe in his final game
43.
by 4 legs to 3. So he's on a run here of at least 11 legs without reply across the days.
Well, he'd love to keep that going, wouldn't he?
140.
But he is having a super day so far.
Sort of Ross Smith-esque, if you remember the last Pro
100.
Tour. Ross Smith winning the quarters, semi and final without losing a single leg. I believe it was 23 legs in a row without reply.
Oh, that's some record, isn't it?
Which shows it can be done. You can
100.
go on this run of winning 20 legs from 20. It's going to happen one day here at the Super Series. Why is it not the 13th of June 2025?
140.
It's Friday the 13th after all.
Lucky for some, eh?
60.
Oh, Mike, currently just over the ton average
100.
mark at the moment.
Brandon doing what he's been doing pretty much the entirety of this group. Sort of mid-80s, which is good. It is solid. But when you run into one of these sort of performances, you've just got to find that extra gear.
118.
Which is just something we'd like to see Brandon demonstrate. And that could be right here, right now. It's tops. A target he has loved today.
78.
But he's hated
Michael
in this
Carr,
game.
103.
So 83 left, treble 17, there's a shot, double 16.
71. Brandon Carr, 40.
Pause on the history. Brendan Dolan may be able to keep the nickname a little bit longer.
Getting shown the third leg, Brandon Walsh.
The run is over. This is where we need to insert the graphic of that guy
Game on.
with the eyes popping out when The Undertaker lost to Brock Lesnar. Do you get that reference? Do you know what I'm on about here?
You're on wrestling, aren't you?
Yeah. Probably The Undertaker
60.
gave it away, didn't
Yeah,
it?
The Undertaker, yeah. That's back in my day. I wouldn't know who they are in this day and age. It was Hulk Hogan, yeah. Big Daddy. All right, I'm not that old. Yeah, Big Daddy, Giant Haystacks. Yeah. Yes. We are talking
83.
wrestling. I always remember when I was younger, my granddad used to have the wrestling on a Saturday afternoon.
World of Sport.
World of Sport.
81.
And if I made a noise whatsoever while the wrestling was on, I was in big trouble.
Sport
41.
for the generations. Makes you wonder what the conversation will be in 30, 40 years' time from now.
55.
Certainly with the attraction now of our favourite sport of darts. So many people now coming through. When you ask the younger players, what got you into the sport? Oh, I remember watching the Michael van Gerwen World Championship final. So many moments inspiring people into the game.
$85.
Oh, good thinking there from Walsh. Picking off the treble 15 with his last start.
140.
Finds the first treble. Needs another one. Wow, went tops there.
I don't blame him, really. Tops has worked out so well for him so far.
99.
Well, we're just pointing at a few things.
4.
Trying to make sure everything's how it should be.
It's double 8. Oh, what a shot.
Michael Huntley.
What a dart that was. Mike Huntley leads by 3 legs to 1.
I think I worked out what he was saying. He was pointing at the board going, hey, Hinks, watch this. This is going to go.
100.
And there was Hinks nodding away.
Interesting, though, where we can sort of see the dart in the hand of Huntley from that sort of side shot there. He's almost gripping the stem.
Yeah, he holds it right back, and I actually do think he
100.
is actually gripping the stem.
Oh, he is.
There
Yeah.
you can see it.
It's the finger and thumb. The finger and thumb that is sort of
60.
propelling the dart. The last thing to leave the dart, the engine that drives it, is on the stem, which means the whole weight of the dart, the whole barrel's in front. Which is why he's got this very sort of pushy action.
140.
Something that will also lead to sort of inconsistencies. Something that maybe plagued his career a little bit.
85.
Certainly that there. See how the dart's kicked.
61.
You'll notice that if that release isn't on point.
Yeah, we noticed a few times yesterday that he was getting
97.
that kick within the dart. Walsh having a good leg here. On 64 after 12.
36. Brand new car, 64.
So another 16 would leave double 16.
32.
That was a good guide, that second dart. For the double, can't manage to find it, but Huntley back on 260, so no stress in here.
Yeah, no drama. However,
123.
nearly changed the story there. Nearly reframed it very slightly. Brandon Walsh hasn't spent too much time over here. Has shown a clear preference for tops.
Brandon Walsh.
However, no problem on the double 16. Gets himself back in the game, and this is the
Michael
leg.
First.
This is the key leg. Huntley wins. He goes top of the table. Walsh wins it. He's got the throw in the decider.
100.
Average is currently 90.22 for Michael and 89.70 for Bradley. So not a lot in it at all as far as averages are concerned.
85. $140.
That's a nice 140 there by Brandon. Nice and tight grouping.
140.
Huntley returns a favour.
This is quality. This is the leg he needed to produce it. This is when he needs it. 3 big power scores here for Walsh. He's played his part. He's done his job. He's done his role.
81. Running the car,
He's got
98.
the opportunity. Can he cash it in? Tricky. You're going to have to come away. Double 12.
86. Michael Carr, 95.
So opportunity now for Mike to put this 95 away for the match. Finds the treble 19. There's 38 left.
$57.
Well, he can't find it.
Car, 12.
So now a chance for Walsh to level the match. To go into a deciding leg. Double 6. Double 3.
No score.
And
Michael Carr, 38.
decides to bust.
Well, Walsh has had essentially here 4 darts to take us the distance. Huntley's had 2 match darts already. He'll get 2 more.
6.
Never really threw them with any sort of conviction.
Oh, never threatened the double 16, did it? A chance now for Walsh. Use the barrel.
6.
He's gone inside.
Michael Carr, 32.
There's more going on than just this leg of darts. There's more going on than just this double. They're thinking of the table. They're thinking of Saturday night. The mind is racing. Can he cash it in? The opportunity. Maybe slipping away. What a dart.
On the match,
Last start in hand, Michael Huntley at the 7th time of asking. Gets over the line and picks up the points in a game that was very fitting to the players at the top of the table. 7 darts. It taken him to get it. 7 darts is what Brandon Walsh had to take us the distance, but it's Michael Huntley who takes the points. That means he will be leaving the stage on the top of the table, a couple of points clear of Brandon Walsh, with everything to play for come the last few fixtures. Numbers didn't quite live up to it in the end due to the missed darts at the end of that match, but an 85-97 was enough for Michael Huntley to go on the top.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. Got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Carl Sneed will be on that stage tomorrow night battling out for £5,000 and a place in Champions Week. Michael Huntley has just put himself one step closer. He is now 4 points clear of Andy Hamilton in a qualifying place with just 2 rounds of fixtures to go. However, we now move to the bottom of the table. Lorenzo Pronk, Ricardo Olrich. Head-to-head clash here for the close of cycle 3 of our fixtures today. And I suppose mathematically there's still a chance there for Lorenzo Pronk, but he's not made his job very easy
Looks
today.
like Lorenzo to through first. Game on.
Back-to-back defeats of 4-0 to Andy Hamilton and Mike Huntley. In fact, he's been outplayed that much today that Lorenzo Pronk has only managed
100.
2 darts at a double.
Yeah, it's a different Lorenzo to what we've seen earlier on in the
21.
week. He's played some good darts at times, and but today he just cannot find
53.
his groove, cannot find his rhythm.
95.
I suppose the same could be said for Ricardo, really, couldn't it? Because you mentioned just there off air to myself that he's actually shown a lot of signs this week, signs
100.
of promise, to the point where maybe a bit surprising that he's only running at a 75 for the day.
Yeah, he's
100.
played better as well during the week. Perhaps it's a bit of fatigue. You know, they've been here since Monday. Perhaps a bit of fatigue setting in.
92.
A long week.
$135.
Well, recovers well with his
156.
following darts.
140.
That's a good shot
Ricardo
there.
Ricard,
From
150.
Pronk. Leaves himself on 16 when he returns, and he will return.
42. Lorenzo Ricard, 16.
Double 8. Double 4.
Getting shown the first flag. Lorenzo
Takes it with his
Pronk.
second dart.
Second leg,
Pronk
Ricardo to
leads
first.
by
Game
1 leg to 0.
And he's not spent many darts
30.
today, has he, on the outer ring? He's only had 2 until now. He's doubled that in that opening leg. But you feel he's going to get plenty here because
77.
this is not happening for Ricardo. Starting to have a lot of wayward darts. Just sort of pulling the arm back, which will go into what you were saying before about him being tired.
70.
And that's why the darts are starting to go over to the left-hand side, just snatching back at that throat rather than allowing it just to smoothly drive through to the board.
46.
There's that
76.
wayward dart to the left of the treble 20 again, where you say he's rotating himself.
60.
There's 2 darts every visit at the moment where he's not even keeping them straight.
81.
Well, that was just a deflection, that one, that final dart off the barrel.
So we're seeing a lot more as well, the more people
48.
move towards these moulded systems. Not a fan personally, I can see why people like them, but we just get so many more deflections off them now. There's
80.
no give.
38. Ricardo Car 164.
Grazes the wire. A mighty fine effort. Didn't need to go for the bullseye, but maybe feels he's in a position right now that the group's gone. He's bottom of the table. He's only had 2 wins. Why not try and have a clip shot moment?
Yeah, why not? The arm was flowing. Double 4.
21. Lorenzo Car 92.
Well, Pronk could take this leg. Treble 20. 72 required. Goes for the double 18.
52. Ricardo Car 4. Game show
Finds the double
leg,
2.
Ricardo Olrich.
1-1.
Third leg, Lorenzo to through first. Game on.
This is match number
58.
7 of the 10 for the pair on the stage. The last game in this cycle of fixtures, which means there's still 6 points out there for these two. Which means Lorenzo Pronk could still reach 12 points if he is to win his last 3 games, including this one, of course.
41.
Well, it's a great maximum there from Ricardo. His first of the match.
96.
Them darts were nice and straight for the 180.
We are getting to that point now, aren't we, where
30.
We're looking at the table and we're going to start eliminating players. Players are going to start going missing. We need to lose 6 today.
125.
11 players will be in action. 6 here in Group C, 5 in Group B this evening. But we've got to narrow the 11 down to 5.
95. Ricardo Car 100.
So Ton now finds the treble 20. Can he find the
Game
tops?
shot
He
on the third
does.
leg, Ricardo
That's a
Olrich.
great shot there. An 11 dart leg for Ricardo.
Fourth leg, Ricardo to through
Super
first.
darts.
Game on.
Where's this come from? A moment ago.
45.
Action starting to break down. Darts starting to go wayward. Looking tired. And all of a sudden, he's finding some of the best darts he has all week.
Well, his previous leg was in 22
60.
darts and he halves it and hits an 11 darter.
96. $81. 82.
Well, finds the treble 19. Does have that first wayward dart yet again into the 5.
125. 125. 83.
153 for Ricardo. Well, does
82.
recover
Lorenzo Ricardo
with his last
52.
start. Leaves himself 71 should he return.
42. Ricardo Car 71. Game show on the fourth leg.
Beautiful
Ricardo
combination
Olrich.
finishing here from Ricardo. Still a little bit of a shake of the head. I don't think
Fifth leg,
that's due
Lorenzo
to what he's
through
doing
first.
now.
Game on.
It's probably more due to the fact of, where was this earlier? Why couldn't I have done this a little bit sooner and played myself into contention?
Yeah, this is, he'll be
60.
thinking, these are the darts I know I can throw. Where have they been, like you said?
You do feel it's
42.
a little too late. He's going to need heavy wins just to have any sort of contention. He can get himself to 10 points. That's the maximum haul that Ricardo's going to be able to do. Brandon Walsh is already there.
62.
Brandon Walsh is coming up in our next game, in fact. He'll be taking on Andy Hamilton. Where if Brandon Walsh is to win that game, that will eliminate
59.
Ricardo regardless of this result. Where if Andy Hamilton wins it, he'll get to 10. So it's pretty much
95.
it's pretty much over for Ricardo. but still the very smallest of chances. But he has to win
44.
this, and he has to win it strong.
Well, poor visit there from him. Only 44.
54.
A few wayward darts. Was no grouping whatsoever with them.
$96.
Can he fill it up? He does. And that's a great 180. Tightly packed together. And that's a perfect reply.
50.
I think he enjoyed that one.
Getting shown the fifth leg, Lorenzo Pronk.
Well, hits the tops to take out the 50 shot.
Sixth leg, Ricardo to through first. Game on.
Gets another leg on the board. Ricardo now throwing for the match.
And a sign of life there for Lorenzo, who for the last sort of minute and a half has almost resigned himself to defeat, it feels, and then a maximum, a clean finish. I think could get him back into this one.
57.
Knows he was in that position at 3-1 down where he only needs the one break, and this is that leg.
140.
But he really is throwing himself into every shot right now.
60. $58. $44. $134.
Nice good shot there from Pronk. Leaves himself 73.
96. Lorenzo Ricard, 73.
Not the treble he wanted.
Not the last dart he wanted
Ricardo
either.
Ricard, 110.
Ricardo now a chance to get it done. Should get a dart. Does get a dart.
90. Lorenzo Ricard,
One match
11.
dart there for Ricardo has gone. Was a chance to get his first victory of the day.
Three. Ricardo Ricard, 20.
So, double 10 for Ricardo. And he takes it with his second dart. Gets his first victory of the day. 4-2 victory over Lorenzo Pronk. Averages there not great. 77.13 for Pronk. 83.70 for Ricardo. 2 180s for Ricardo and 1 for Lorenzo. Coming up next, Brandon Walsh and Andy Hamilton.
Things are getting very interesting here now at the Super Series. This is what's happened over the last 45 minutes, and the big winner here was Michael Huntley, a 4-2 victory over Brandon Walsh in the top of the table clash. Not only that, he saw Andy Hamilton taste defeat in that round of fixtures to Kelvin O'Keefe, and the importance of that can be seen in regards to the league table. Michael Huntley is pretty much there alongside Carl Snead. He is now 4 points clear of the hammer in the qualifying positions, meaning just one more victory for Huntley will see him through. He's got a healthy legs difference, so even keeping games close, that is why he is the big winner of fixtures number 7. And now he gets to sit in the back room and watch positions 2 and 3 battle it out. Andy Hamilton takes to the stage in a must-win game for him against Brandon Walsh, because if Andy Hamilton loses this, it's done. No one will be able to catch. Brandon Walsh will hit 12 points. Michael Huntley will be on 12. Andy Hamilton will be stranded on 8. No one else can get to 12 points. Brandon Walsh wins. It's all over. And then we've got 5 games where we can just enjoy the darts and not worry about the league table.
So is Andy Hamilton up for the challenge?
First leg, Brandon to throw first.
A must-win game for him.
Game on.
He's played well in parts today, hasn't he, Andy Hamilton? But I feel like adding that bit "in parts" to the end of that sentence is something you would
28.
sort of use regularly at the moment to assess Andy Hamilton's form, the way he's been playing throughout 2025, that he's been playing brilliant in spells, but hasn't had that consistency. The benefit for him right now is he doesn't need consistency. He just needs a cup final performance to keep this table alive.
100.
Yeah, his last game obviously was that defeat against Kelvin. He had a 93.50 average there, but if you look back to the game before that, he had a 4-2 victory with a 73.83. So just shows you that his game has been a little bit up and down.
140.
And just looking ahead for the pair here. If, for example, Andy Hamilton was to win this and keep this group alive, it will come down to the final round of fixtures, of which the draw works out better for Brandon Walsh. He would be up against the man bottom of the table, Lorenzo Pronk, who has only won 2 legs throughout the day so far, whilst Andy Hamilton will be taking on today's unbeaten star, the man top of the table, Mike
66.
Huntley.
$140.
Andy's starting to push that
59.
first dart, throwing short on that occasion.
$93.
Walsh
Andy
finds
Carr,
the treble 18 to
136.
leave himself tops. Can Hamilton take out this 136? Well, that's a good start. Needs another one. Can't be found.
96. Brandon Carr, 40.
Every opportunity Brandon Walsh has had, he's left this target. He's been quite successful here.
30. Andy Carr, 40.
On this occasion.
And there's a commentator's curse. So tops now for Andy for a break of throw.
Game shown the first
And indeed
leg,
it
Andy
is
Hamilton.
a break of throw there. And Hamilton moves 1-0 ahead.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
I suppose this is an awful scenario here for Brandon Walsh, where there must be a lot of pressure on this game for him. He wins it, and he's confirmed to Saturday night at a very, very early possibility. He loses it, and he'll go out the top 2 most likely. Andy Hamilton will
84.
jump above him, and then it'll come down to the last round of fixtures.
Yeah, the permutations are all over the shop.
45.
That's where you got to do that really hard thing of just concentrate on the leg that's in front of you. You can't affect all those other possibilities. That's for us to worry about and talk about. Hamilton giving us plenty to talk about here because he is starting to find that form once again. It's been very in and out for Andy Hamilton, but when he's on it,
100.
He's looked like a player that would walk the group.
Yeah, you can never
95.
back against Andy Hamilton, I don't think, because he shows so much grit and determination. His experience is there, and his love and passion for the sport, for playing darts, is inevitable. And he just oozes. He loves the game.
Do you know what? I fully agree. You can never back against Andy Hamilton. However, I'm also going to put the flip side on this. If you back for Andy Hamilton, you never get an easy ride.
That's true.
140 under car 52.
So 52 now for Andy. Double 16. It's been good to him in the past. Moves across the hockey. Gives himself a better shot at it.
20. Brandon your car 76.
To be. So Walsh, chance to break back here. I wanted the treble 17 there.
Under your car 32.
Couldn't find it.
Just not kept that form going as much today. He said he was trying not to think about it and enjoy it, but only human. The chance to get through to that Saturday night for the first time. And only a second time here at the Super Series may just be coming into play. Doesn't move.
Game shot on the second
he finds it.
Andy Hamilton.
That's interesting. Hits the dart with the first one, doesn't move, doesn't go through the full routine of his throw. Just sort of thrown it with a loopy action. Almost to go high to come back down again. Great understanding of his equipment and how the dart behaves.
Yeah, you'll find that a lot with Hamilton. He tends to, on occasions, just throw the last dart. Like you say, he doesn't preempt himself with this almost ghost throw.
Sort of sighting the dart, isn't he? Making sure
59.
It's comfortable and how he likes it. We've seen him throw without that sort of movement in the action. Certainly when he gets the first two in the treble 20, a lot of the time he's like, yep, this is going in.
140.
Well, there's the maximum. He's certainly given it a good go, isn't he? He knows what he has to do. His first maximum of this match.
60.
Brandon doesn't reply big enough to it.
$92.
That gets him down to a finish. The biggest one of them all. But one thing we've yet to see is a reaction from Andy Hamilton. I think had Brandon Walsh been on a finish, he'd go for the 170. But from this point, I feel this is purely a setup play, regardless of what happens. We'll get to find out.
Looks like he's going for it.
145.
Well, you were saying that yesterday. Andy had 50 left with 3 darts in his hand and he went for the bullseye.
59. Andy your car 25.
We were surprised. So 25 now for Hamilton. Double 8 then.
Nine. Brand new car,
Almost.
118.
Something else has really caught my attention that makes this vital for Walsh, and he's not even going to get a shot. He's messed it up there on the opening dart. Andy Hamilton for a double breaker throw.
42.
And stay tuned for this, because there is a
16.
massive possibility here in regards to this group. Should Andy Hamilton take out the double 8?
Game show on the third leg.
3-0 up,
Hamilton.
double breaker throw, throwing for a 4-0, because this group has been so tight.
Game on.
This might not just be about points. Andy Hamilton wins this, he'll go level on points with Brandon Walsh, but the leg swing could be massive. If Andy Hamilton wins this by 4 legs to 0, Brandon Walsh will go down to a legs difference of 0, while Andy Hamilton will go up to +6. He would be clear on the legs, meaning
140.
going into those final games, he could have the job done before Brandon Walsh even gets a sort of an opportunity. And then Brandon Walsh taking on Lorenzo Pronk. It's not just about beating Lorenzo, it's
40.
now about beating him by a scoreline. This just changes the game altogether.
Sounds very familiar to Group A's
140.
last day, where the permutations were all over the place, swings and roundabouts, and every
100.
possible scenario changing to and fro after each game.
And Hamilton just getting stronger here. Mid-90s average at the moment. And he's going to get time. He's going to get
100.
lots of time. Even a maximum here for Brandon Walsh doesn't get him down to a finish.
Yeah, on 1-2-1 after 9.
100. Out of your car, 121.
Goes his bull route. Needed the treble 20 for double 18.
65.
He won't be worried at all as Brandon way back on 261.
30. Out of your car, 56.
He's doing nothing here, Brandon Walsh. Andy Hamilton having everything his own way. It could be the perfect performance at the perfect time. No harm done. Dart at double 16 for the match.
40.
And we'll be back.
$140 and
Well, it's a good 140. But one fears it's too late. Double 8.
Game shown in the match.
Throws the last dart straight at it. Finds the double 8. A 4-0 victory there for Andy Hamilton. Makes the table very interesting. 80.77 for Brandon and 87.13 for Andy Hamilton. Coming up next is Kelvin O'Keefe and Lorenzo Pronk.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back, where things have just taken a drastic turn at the top of the table, and things looking even better for Michael Huntley, despite the fact he wasn't even on the stage. Andy Hamilton, a solid 4-0 victory over Brandon Walsh, which has put him 6 legs clear of Brandon Walsh in those qualifying positions. But we move our attention now to Lorenzo Pronk and Kelvin O'Keefe. Lorenzo Pronk only picked up a couple of legs today. They came in his last game against Ricardo.
First leg, Kelvin, you throw first. Game on.
But these two separated in the table purely by legs. Both of them picking up the same amount of wins, 3 wins. But it's got to be said, and it's clear,
125.
Kelvin O'Keefe today has been the better player by far.
Yes, a much better day
80.
for Kelvin. Played some great darts, had some great results.
25.
His last match, of course, was against
41.
Andy Hamilton, and he had a 4-2 victory there with a 94.87. And a 4-3 victory before that
40.
against Brandon Walsh. But then losing
81.
to Mike Huntley 4-0 in his first match of the day.
$60. 99.
Just crunching a few numbers though, and looking at a few things. We have now
100.
Lost our first player. Our first player of the 6 that we need to find in the go home category has been found, and that's in the form of Lorenzo Pronk. Even if he wins his next 2
80.
games, this one, and then
Kelvin
his
Yukar,
final game against Brandon Walsh by 4 legs to 0, he'll still be on -1 leg.
97. Lorenzo
And if
Yukar,
Lorenzo Pronk was to get
120.
3 legs here, it would also mean Kelvin O'Keefe couldn't qualify as well. So we're going to start scrubbing a couple of players off,
Gage on the first
especially
leg,
if
Lorenzo
Pronk's going to
Pronk.
find darts like that. But as we said earlier, when he started to
Second
find a
leg,
bit of
Lorenzo
form in the
through
last game,
first.
he'll
Game
be
on.
wondering where it's been all day. We know he's got some quality in there. He's
99.
had a little bit of time on the PDC Pro Tour. You don't get invited there off the back of a cereal box.
135.
No PDC Tour spot in a chocolate bar. It's a Willy Wonka reference, that one, yeah.
38.
I assumed that.
Yeah.
Another maximum there for Kelvin O'Keefe. His first one of this match.
100. $100.
Well, O'Keefe
81.
on
Kelvin
86 after 9 here. Treble 18 as a target. Double 16 now.
$54.
Can't be found, but he will be back.
$96. Kelvin O'Carr, 32.
Well, Fearless played well today, Kelvin O'Keefe, without really
Gage on
getting
the second
reward.
leg, Kelvin
However,
O'Keefe.
still in the running. Very, very slim chance.
Third leg,
but
Kelvin just through
still
first. Game on.
can qualify mathematically. Cannot afford to lose 2 more legs, or then he will join Lorenzo Pronk on the bench.
Oh, that was a 13 dart
18.
leg there by Kelvin. Super
100.
darts. And a break of throw back.
$85. $57.
Michael Huntley and Ricardo Olrich, the last game that will complete this cycle of fixtures before we knuckle down for the final cycle and see who will be the 2 players confirmed to join Carl Sneed.
95. $97.
Kelvin on 114 after 12. As
Kelvin
Lorenzo
O'Carr,
piles in a
114.
maximum. His first of this match, 2 from the match itself. Top cent.
74. Lorenzo O'Carr, 69.
Not to be, so Pronk. 69. 2
Gage on
12s
the
is
third leg,
found.
Lorenzo Pronk.
And a 2-1 lead taken by Pronk.
Fourth leg, Lorenzo already through first. Game on.
And the break of throw. 14 dart leg there for Pronk.
57.
Good performance from Lorenzo. Average just shy of 92 from
59.
2 on the doubles. Significantly better than anything we've seen so far. And I wonder if maybe now the pressure,
80.
the expectations, the hope of trying to qualify is gone. Now it's just a case of playing for money, playing for prizes, The higher you finish in the table, the more money you'll be going home with. And it's quite a trip from The Hague
100.
to Portsmouth. He's going to want to make it pay as much as he can.
$96. $100.
Finds a treble with his last dart. Been impressed with O'Keefe today.
43.
He's played some great darts.
He's played good darts, but without reward. He's just been able
100.
to lose all those sort of key exchanges. The important 3 darts just haven't gone his way.
96.
It seems to be happening to him pretty much every game. It's an important 3 darts. Needs to at least find a treble here.
$56. Lorenzo
Once
Lucar,
again, leaves himself a lot of work to do. It's that shot. That's the one that's been letting him down.
Just working out what he wants.
96. 89.
Leaves himself tops.
Kelvin Lucar, 86.
But O'Keefe here. Chance of 86. Well, treble 15 now will be the shot.
$31. Lorenzo Lucar, 40.
Yet to miss a dart or a double in this game, Lorenzo Pronk.
$20. Kelvin Lucar, 55.
Till now.
Chance for Kelvin to level up the match. Tops. 2 10s.
45. Lorenzo Lucar, 20. Getting shot on the 4th leg, Lorenzo Pronk.
It's a leg away from his first victory of the day.
5th leg, Kelvin to throw first.
But one thing we do know now, Kelvin O'Keefe has lost his 3 legs. He's gone. He's out. We've lost another one. 6 becomes 4. Ricardo Olrich still in the running. Brandon Walsh, Andy Hamilton, Michael Huntley. All the potential qualifiers to join Carl Sneed. And tomorrow night's £5,000 showpiece.
45.
Picks off 2 treble 19s with a disappointing first dart. Throwing underneath the treble 20.
$125.
Good darts there again from Kelvin O'Keefe.
$99. $60.
No treble means no finish for O'Keefe. And this improved performance from Lorenzo Pronk could be profitable. Could get himself off the bottom of the table, in fact leapfrogging Ricardo Ulrich and Kelvin O'Keefe into 4th position, which would make quite a significant difference then in the prize money pool.
135. Lorenzo Lucar, 130.
So 130 then for Pronk. Well, hits the big 5 and the disappointment on his face is clear.
But Kelvin's not made things look too easy when it comes to the doubling in this game.
56.
Checking out at just 16% until this point, which would suggest statistically he's going to need more darts than 2.
Getting
The
shown the
stats
fifth leg,
only tell
Kelvin
us what happened
O'Keefe.
in the past, not what's about to happen or happens in the future. Kelvin O'Keefe
Sixth
only
leg,
needs the
Lorenzo
one
to through
dart.
first. Game
Put
on.
himself back into the game.
Yeah, and Pronk
96.
starts this leg with the darts. And his favourite for the match.
60. $59. $100.
No, just a ton. And there's that kind of like a
96.
lazy dart, isn't it? Underneath the treble 20 bed. Quite some distance down as well.
$60. $80.
Well, this would be some way to win your first game of the day.
55.
Yeah, the big fish.
Lorenzo Ricard 170.
Can he do it? Not this time.
Doesn't bring too much off it either. Doesn't shave
28.
the score down to something that you'd feel would be more gettable. It's still the same equation. He's going to need 2 trebles when he returns.
Yeah, disappointing visit there from Lorenzo.
140. Lorenzo Ricard
O'Keefe
142.
puts the pressure on.
$42. Kelvin Ricard 86.
So this could go to a deciding leg here. Another 18. Bullseye then.
61. Lorenzo Ricard 100.
He's stumbled into the finishing line here, Lorenzo Pronk. He's had 2 visits already from 170.
80.
Nearly
Kelvin
ended with a
Ricard
big
25.
fanfare finish.
Well, misses the big 9. Double 4.
21. Lorenzo Ricard 20.
So chance for Pronk to take out double 10. And he
Getting
does.
from the match,
Takes it with his
Lorenzo
first dart. And that's his first victory of today. A 4-2 victory over Kelvin O'Keefe. Averages 82.80 for Kelvin and an 81.14 for Lorenzo. 180 apiece. And coming up next, after the break, it's Michael Huntley and Ricardo Olrich.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Yoki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to Pluto TV, your home of the Modus Super Series. And we started with 6 players here in this Group C campaign. We are now down to 4 runners and riders in regards to those qualification positions. Michael Huntley could book himself a place on Saturday night alongside Carl Sneed if he wins just 1 leg in this match. For Ricardo, he has still got a mathematical opportunity of doing so. However, if he loses 2 legs here to Michael Huntley, he will be gone alongside Lorenzo Pronk and Kelvin O'Keefe, leaving just Andy Hamilton and Brandon Walsh to battle it out for the final space in the last round of fixtures. He's pretty much there, isn't he, Michael Huntley?
He is. However, he'll be wanting to make sure, and of course, if he can produce some great darts again, it all goes towards self-confidence for tomorrow evening.
He's produced some great darts today as Huntley. 2 4-0 victories over O'Keefe and Pronk, a 4-2 victory over Brandon Walsh, and some real consistency.
Game on.
Some real reliability, which, if truth be known, if all things fair and considered, you would say that that's not always been there for Michael Huntley. That true belief that he's going to take out opportunities, he's going to step into moments. Where today, looking ever so
100.
reliable. I think, though, for Ricardo, he'll probably feel his race is run. He'll feel that he's out of the running here. 5th position on 6 points. Needs to win both of the games and
100.
can only afford to lose 2 legs. Not a good position to be in.
100.
Well, maybe he'll play with a little bit of freedom and see where, just enjoy his first
64.
debut here. You know, he said he's enjoyed it so far this week, and he'll just taking it in and learn from every
140
from every moment.
I think this is the point you can start to enjoy it, though, isn't it? When you're at that point where you've played it, you've sort of got yourself over embroiled with things at times, and looking at the table, looking at results. Now you can. You know you're
84.
out. You can,
Ricardo
well,
Carr,
not mathematically,
161.
you'll feel like you are. You can just enjoy the darts and show people what you're capable of, because ultimately the most important thing right now is to come back to the Super Series, to get another chance here.
Yeah, and that's what he'll be
Ricardo Carr, 64.
hoping to do. It's a 64 now, double 8 for a break of throw. Not to
56.
be found.
Michael
So
Carr,
Huntley got a
132.
chance at this 132. We'll start on the bullseye. Finds it. Well, goes for another one for the double 16. Rushed that second dart, I felt.
$74. Ricardo Carr, 8.
Double 4 then.
Game shot
Finds
the
it
first
with
leg,
his second
Ricardo
dart.
Olrich.
Breaks the throw. Mike Huntley
Second leg,
takes
Ricardo
the first leg of the
first.
match.
Game on.
The form guide is getting chopped up, isn't it, in these last couple of rounds of fixtures? Lorenzo Pronk
140.
only won 2 legs all day going into his last game against Kelvin O'Keefe and ended up winning the entire match by 4 legs to 2. Michael Huntley's been running away with things, only losing 2 legs across his first 3 matches. He's a leg to 0 down.
93.
Forget the form line. I suppose when you're getting into the real business end of the group, of the tournament, and you're trying to get that last little
100.
bit, when you've got a mini task within the big task, like Michael Huntley does, just win a leg, sounds easy.
58.
Yeah, it can prove to be the hardest leg you've ever had to play for in your life.
100.
And you can see how he's getting drawn into this. Even 100 doesn't feel like enough for him right now. Well, it's not in this leg.
138.
Ricardo, he's stepping it up significant.
Yeah, leaves himself 72 after 12.
55. Ricardo Carr, 72.
72 now. Double 12, double 6 then.
66.
Not to be, but he will be back.
$95. Ricardo Carr, 6.
Decides to split.
2. Michael Carr, 91.
This could be it. This could be the moment. 74 points away. Well, it's not going to be the
51.
moment on this
Ricardo
occasion.
Carr, 4.
Ricardo digging deep, fighting hard,
Game shot
hoping
on the
that he
second
can
leg,
keep
Ricardo
himself in
Olrich.
contention. Maybe regain that 4th position could be on his mind, because
Third leg,
Lorenzo
Michael
Pronk has
to
just knocked him
first.
down to
Game on.
P5.
Well, he has a 2-leg cushion in this match.
41.
And Mike seems to have gone off the boil a little bit here.
85.
It's like you say, just finding that
100.
that little bit more that you need can be massive.
100.
Probably doesn't help here that Ricardo's having his performance of the day as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can sometimes get caught out like that, can't you? You look at the fixtures,
100.
you think, I can beat this guy, this one's going to be easy, I don't expect much. And then they come up and start producing, and you can easily go into
55.
panic.
Yes, indeed. It's, like you say, it's like a false sense of security.
60.
And ultimately, Huntley's just got to do what he's been doing throughout the day, but right now he'll be feeling
77.
like he needs to do more. He'll be feeling like he's got to push.
Yeah, and that's when he can put
40.
too much pressure on himself. instead of just continuing to play
70.
and throw the way he has been.
160.
Until now, it feels like he's been playing the game with a lot of enjoyment, and there's been nothing he's enjoying about this, but this could be the perfect way to qualify through to Saturday night. Michael Huntley is in. What a way to do it. He has barely put a foot right in this game, and then takes out a 160 finish and books himself through to finals night alongside Carl Sneed. We now have 2 players of our 6 confirmed. Huntley is in.
Yeah, a super 160 from Huntley.
60.
What a way to book your place.
You can't stop smiling.
Should think not.
100.
Still a game to be had here, still a game to be won.
$100.
Do you think he would know that he's past the line now?
I think the reaction and the fist bump
45.
there with Ricardo would suggest that he did know that he just needed the one leg. And he does strike me as the sort of person, from the conversations I've had with him, that
60.
does like to know the scenarios, likes to know the permutations, what he needs to do.
$90.
Yeah, because there are some players that prefer not to know. I don't think there's many. But
Are you one of those? Did you like to know?
sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. I mean, the last time when was here for Women's Week, I didn't know that I had qualified when I won that match.
56.
And you know, I didn't know whether I had or not. So, but I was told on camera, so I did celebrate a little bit.
100. Ricardo Carr, 110.
Ignorance is bliss sometimes, isn't it?
So they say.
Women's Week will be back in a couple of weeks' time here on the Super Series channel on Pluto TV.
36. Michael Carr, 151.
Women's Week 4, I believe it is now.
It is.
$137. Ricardo Carr, 74.
Now leaves himself 14. 32. Double 8.
Game shown the
And he finds it.
Olrich.
Moves into a 3-1 lead. And Huntley here,
through first.
although qualified,
Game on.
is in trouble in this match.
$50.
But I bet the feeling inside for Michael Huntley's all changed. When you're still in
42.
that chase, when you're going for the qualifying position, you'll be riddled with adrenaline. And I suppose once you've got that qualifying position
60.
confirmed, you almost want to go on your victory lap. You've done it, you've confirmed, you've done what you came for, but then there's still lots more darts to play. Still got another game to play.
101.
Which could be quite a significant one, because he's going up against Andy Hamilton. And if Brandon Walsh goes up and beats Lorenzo Pronk in our next game, that Andy Hamilton-Michael Huntley game could be
81.
very decisive in who qualifies.
$60.
Wow, a lovely maximum there. Mike Huntley all along
44.
the wire of the treble
Michael Carr,
20.
130.
It's first of the match. So 130. Can't find the treble 20.
58. $93. Michael Carr, 72. $52. Ricardo Carr, 161.
Right, 161 then. This would be some way, but not to be.
64. Michael Carr 20.
Double 10 then. 2 5s for Mike. Finds it with his third dart.
Huntley.
Holds his throw. Trails by 3 legs to 2.
Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
So Ricardo here throwing for the match.
That was interesting
85.
there from Huntley. He was throwing that double 10 down the right-hand side of the board. And then when he was moving over to double 5, which is more to the left, he shuffled across the hockey to the right-hand side.
83.
He got further away from the target to throw across himself to the double 5.
Interesting.
Because he wouldn't have thrown at the double 10 from the right-hand side. But he was sort of in line with it. So, yeah. Would be really interesting to pick his brains behind that one. Worked out lovely for him, though, didn't it? Got himself back in the match.
Indeed it did.
But we've got another permutation come through there, haven't we? Michael Huntley reaching 2 legs means Ricardo is now out. So, Pronk, Ricardo, Kelvin
100.
O'Keefe, all eliminated. Michael Huntley is through, which means we've only got 2 players left standing with possibilities. That's Andy Hamilton and Brandon Walsh. Will decide all that in the final round of fixtures, which may be coming very soon. That maximum leaves Ricardo very handy for the win.
$81.
Well, that's an
Ricardo
unlucky dart there.
36.
Big deflection. Double 9 then for the match.
Ricardo Olrich.
And he takes out double 9. 4-2 victory over Michael Huntley there for Ricardo. Mike 79.91 and Ricardo an 80.62. 180 apiece. And coming up after the break, we have Lorenzo Pronk and Brandon Walsh.
We're moving into our final round of fixtures, but that cycle of fixtures, if you predicted those scorelines, well done to you. I don't think many people would have got that one right. Andy Hamilton, 4-0 victory over Brandon Walsh. The man who's been running away with things has now moved outside the top two. Kelvin O'Keefe and Michael Huntley both going down to Lorenzo Pronk and Ricardo Olrich respectively. Does make a bit of movement in the bottom part of the table where they'll be playing for prize money, but our focus is going to be on position 2. Michael Huntley is already through. He is confirmed. Ricardo, Lorenzo and Kelvin are out. It's between Andy Hamilton and Brandon Walsh. And if Brandon Walsh is to keep himself into contention, he needs to win the next game. And he's going up against the man in position 5. He's going up against Lorenzo Pronk. And that match is right now. Nothing but victory here will do for Brandon Walsh. If Lorenzo Pronk backs up his previous victory over Kelvin O'Keefe with a victory here against Brandon, Andy Hamilton will be through and will know half of our lineup for Saturday night. For Brandon Walsh, he started the day top of the table on 8 points.
First leg, Lorenzo to through first. Game on.
He's going into the final game only on 10. And his win came in match number 1. Since then, it's been a hat-trick of defeats. Kelvin O'Keefe beat him by 4 legs to 3. Michael Huntley beat him by 4 legs to 2. And Andy Hamilton has beat him by 4 legs to 0. It's all gone very, very wrong. Very, very quick. But if you're sat in the back,
22.
If you're Brandon Walsh, if you're looking at the fixtures list, there's going to be, you can say there isn't, but there is. There's always a player you would prefer to play.
100.
On the evidence of what we've seen so far today, you'd suggest that Brandon Walsh would have picked Lorenzo Pronk in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He, with respect, probably the weakest player in the pack. And today, anyway. And just hasn't found it at all, Lorenzo.
$84.
But Brandon said before a dart was thrown, we had a great interview with him where he just said he wants to enjoy it, wants to come out, give it his all, just
60.
Happy to be here at the Super Series. But after winning that opening game and getting to 10 points after 6 games, if he is not to get through, you've got to imagine that's going to be very disappointing
42.
for him.
He'll be absolutely gutted.
Well, it sort of works out in the way that the only way he could have not got through is if he lost his next 4 matches.
100.
And he's lost 3 of them so far.
157.
Yeah, and obviously it does
97.
come. It all depends on what other players do at this point as well against you.
You start to notice it more, don't you, as the pressure
Lorenzo
increases.
60.
Yeah, absolutely, and the nerves begin to jingle.
Gage on the first leg, Lorenzo.
Well, he finds it. I thought he put that above there.
Second leg, Brandon to
He
through
finds
first.
double
Game
top
on.
for leg number 1.
Well, that's one of the opportunities gone.
$41.
He's just not finding that scoring power, is he, Brandon Walsh? I think that's the thing that's going to be concerning him the most right now.
42.
He seems to be.
60.
Looks like he's forcing it a bit, doesn't he?
He is. He really is. He's just trying to throw hard, trying to flick that wrist with the throw. You can see 'cause that finger
121.
coming right the way through to the floor.
That's a bit of a swipe, isn't it, really?
68.
Release is all off. Darts going all over. He needs something just to find that composure. You almost just need find
140.
something to focus on. Find something to take your mind away from what's happening, because right now it's all becoming technical.
100.
He's tense, isn't he? And when your arm's tense, then your flow is not natural.
119.
So where the experience comes into play. Because what you can't do is you can't change how uncomfortable the situation is. But
79.
what you do is you learn to be comfortable in uncomfortable situations. And this is about as uncomfortable as it gets if this goes for Lorenzo Pronk.
57. Brandon McCarr, 132.
Well, Walsh has got a shot here. Needs treble 19 now for the bullseye, not to beat.
$45. Lorenzo McCarr, 22.
Yeah, it looks like his head's gone. Almost.
10. Brandon
Gets another
McCarr,
reprieve.
87.
He said in his interview he felt like he got lucky. Well, here's that moment. Here's that chance. The chance maybe he didn't think he was going to get. Oh, it's wayward. It's not even going to be a dart at the bullseye.
26.
And that is a sign of the tension. Not even able to keep the dart straight. That's closer to the treble.
Game
But that's in.
second leg, Lorenzo Pronk.
And he's halfway there. Brandon Walsh is now in big trouble because that breaker throw means that
Third leg,
Brandon
Lorenzo
Walsh
to
is
first.
going to
Game
have to
on.
break Lorenzo Pronk twice. And right now, he is not producing the darts that would suggest he'd
100.
break once. He's averaging sub 70.
Yeah, not like Brandon at all. Pressure's really getting to him, and not having the luck either.
80.
It's going to be disappointing.
Suppose for Andy Hamilton sat in the back, he knows he's got two
140.
chances and opportunities. All he's got to do is beat Michael Huntley, and it makes this irrelevant of what Brandon Walsh does. However, he could be in a situation where before he even gets to the oche, he's already through.
45.
In fact, there's a situation here
140.
that I thought would be absolutely impossible about 30 minutes ago. If Lorenzo Pronk wins this game by 4 legs to nil, he'll go to -3 legs. Brandon Walsh will go to -4.
41.
Lorenzo Pronk will be finished higher in the table than
121.
Brandon Walsh.
$96.
Now Walsh way back on 335 here. And Lorenzo
50.
looking
Lorenzo McCarr,
to
25.
go 3 legs up. Double 12. Double 6.
13.
But he has time.
$85. Lorenzo McCarr, 12.
Double 6 then for Lorenzo Pronk.
No
Well,
score.
He's got time, hasn't he? Because Brandon is just finding nothing right now.
He has, but
100.
the
Lorenzo
effort
McCarr,
at
12.
double 6 there was some way off. Can he put it right this time? Double 3 then.
Game shot
Finds
the
it with
third
his
leg,
second
Lorenzo
dart
Pronk.
and moves 3-0 ahead. And
Fourth leg,
Brandon
Brandon
got
in
it
through
all
first.
to do.
Game
He
on.
cannot afford to lose any more legs in this match.
What's he got? Time is now.
140.
He'll feel like it's pretty much gone, but one big push. These games can turn around very quickly. That's the beauty of the best of 7
123.
format, the race to 4. Even though Lorenzo Pronk is a leg away from winning the match and putting Andy Hamilton through, it doesn't
60.
take much for it to start to turn. He's playing with a little bit of
125.
freedom right now, is Lorenzo Pronk. 2 players on the stage playing for 2 completely different reasons.
100.
Yeah, one to go through. And one to get as far as up the table as he can.
96.
Which, if he was to do this 4-0, like we say, will jump Brandon Walsh. Then the interest goes into the Ricardo Kelvin O'Keefe game, because Lorenzo Pronk can still finish
66.
third.
Lorenzo Ricardo 157.
Which would improve the paycheck he will receive for his Group C campaign.
57. Brandon
Leaves a
Ricardo
nice round ton.
135.
So this is a must go for Walsh. Well, couldn't find the treble 15, which would have left him tops.
111. Lorenzo Ricardo 100.
A chance for Pronk now to take a 4-0 victory.
Oh, it's tops for the match. Oh, that's very, very wayward. When that treble 20 went in, Brandon Walsh would have probably
82.
resigned himself to the fact
Brandon Ricardo 24.
that he's about to lose the game. Instead,
Game
gets
show
a
the fourth
reprieve.
leg,
This
Brandon
time
Walsh.
takes it. That's one of the 4 he is going to need.
Could that
Fifth
be
leg,
the
Lorenzo
turning
is
point
first.
for
Game
Brandon
on.
Walsh? He's got it all to do. He must win the remaining legs.
24.
Sloppy couple of visits here for Lorenzo. And maybe Brandon just spotting a little bit of
137.
weakness when the finishing line's coming into sight.
Well, he'll take some
39.
comfort from hitting that double 12. A little bit of confidence going into this leg. Realising it's
140.
not all over yet. But back comes Pronk.
180.
Puts in a maximum to pile the pressure on.
What a time to hit your first maximum of the game.
100.
Because the pressure's already on Brandon. As we say, 2 players playing for 2 completely different reasons. But Brandon Walsh is reacting well.
80.
This is what we was
Brandon
asking.
Ricardo 124.
What can he do? What can he produce? And he's providing his best when it looked the most bleak.
77.
Now, he might have been better just laying up there. There's Pronk on 178 and can't finish. However,
138.
he's put the pressure
Brandon
on,
Ricardo
leaves
47.
himself tops.
Yeah, left himself work to do here, Brandon Walsh.
31.
And chasing down that bullseye
Lorenzo
could be a
Ricardo,
decision he
40.
lives to regret, because Lorenzo Pronk now, with 3 darts in hand, to sink Brandon Walsh and win the match. Well, just like last time, a mile away on tops.
30. Brandon Ricardo 16.
So reprieve for Walsh. Double 8 to stay in the match.
Lorenzo just can't cross the line.
No score.
More match
Lorenzo
darts for
Ricardo,
Lorenzo
10.
Pronk. Walsh has had plenty of opportunity to save this situation. He's had his chances. He's not been able to take them. And
Game
those
shot on the match,
chances
Lorenzo Pronk.
have come, they have gone, they have ran out. And out is where Brandon Walsh is going to go. After 6 games in this Group C campaign, he had won 5. Looked in a very, very strong position to get himself through to Saturday night. But that defeat there at the hands of Lorenzo Pronk, a performance that Brandon Walsh is going to hope to forget, but one that Andy Hamilton is going to love to see, because Andy Hamilton is through. And he's coming up next against Michael Huntley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
A wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
So we now know half of our lineup in regards to Saturday night. Carl Sneed will be joined by Andy Hamilton and Michael Huntley, who are actually going head-to-head in this fixture. Both players are through, so get your tickets booked if you are an Andy Hamilton or Michael Huntley fan. We'll give you the details of that throughout this game. However, there is still something to be decided. Who wins the group? Who tops the group? And Michael Huntley will be that player if he can win just 2 legs. That will give him a significantly higher payday, but it will also give him a couple of advantages in regards to how the draw works out for Saturday night's fixtures.
First leg Andy to throw first. Game on.
All smiles for the Hammer, and rightly so. He started the day completely off the pace. He's had a fantastic day, winning 3 of his 4 games. He's won 2 of them by score legs of 4-0. That against Walsh and Pronk. And he now gets the freedom of coming up here knowing
137.
that he's through to Saturday. However, I'm sure with Andy Hamilton, while there's anything left on the table, he's going to want to take it. A 4-0 or 4-1 sees him the Group C champion.
140.
Well, I'm sure they're both going to enjoy this game anyway, knowing that they're both through. But like you say, they'll still be playing for position.
140.
137 and a 140 from Hamilton so far in this leg.
97.
And it looked like at the back end of yesterday that Andy Hamilton maybe was resigning himself to the fact that Saturday wasn't going to happen, throwing at the bullseye at times. Sort of a few more of those actions or throws where the action doesn't
100.
complete, just throwing the last dart. Completely different version of Andy Hamilton today.
Completely different version of
140,
Mike Huntley as well. He's had a much better day today. There's Mike.
$99. Michael Lucar,
Just wires it.
$124.
Giving the opportunity to Huntley. 124 he requires.
Same numbers. Same route.
99.
Same result.
Andy Lucar, 25.
So double 8 for Hamilton to take first blood. 2 4s then.
Gage on the first leg, Andy
Resets
Hamilton.
and hits the double 4. Takes the first leg of the match.
Second leg, Michael through first. Game on. $100. $44. $26.
Well, a few loose darts there from Mike. Deflection, big deflection taken off his first dart.
$100.
And Andy puts in a ton.
$100.
Reminder, we'll be back this evening, 10 p.m. More live action, 10 matches in our Group B campaign, where we will be concluding the lineup for tomorrow night. We know half the field.
135.
We've got 3 more places available and 5 players in the running. Joe Croft leading the way, currently on the top of the table on 6 points. Connor Heenahan, Justin Smith, Reece Colley, all behind on 4.
96.
And the American David Fathom, bottom of the table at the moment on 2 points, but well and truly in the running. 3 players from those 5 will complete tomorrow night's lineup.
41.
Any predictions on the 3, trainer?
Well, if Joe continues his form, if he can sort out them doubles,
99.
Did mostly yesterday as well. He mixed it up a little bit. He was struggling on his favourite double 10 the day before. It was friend 1 minute, foe the next, and so he mixed it up a little bit yesterday as far as his finishing was concerned, and it proved to
81.
To help him out.
Michael Carr, 80.
Well, an interesting pattern as well. Only 2 matches. One yesterday with a player throwing first. Well, that works out to be a bit of a miss. No finish on now. Andy Hamilton's face tells you everything
64.
as he's trying to work out what's going
100.
on.
Treble 20 for tops then, for Andy. Tops. Finds the first one. Can he find the second? He does.
Second leg, Andy Hamilton.
Takes out the ton. 20. Tops.
Third leg, Andy to through first.
Breaks the
Game
throw
on.
of Huntley. Moves into a 2-0 lead.
$45.
It's looking quite good right now for Andy Hamilton, isn't it? In regards to him winning this group. He
140.
needed a 4-0 or 4-1.
Yeah, he's on track.
$123.
Another good leg here from him.
100.
4-0, 4-1 would mean Andy Hamilton win the group on legs difference. 4-2 would mean Michael Huntley would win it, not on points, not on legs difference, but by
96.
1 leg extra in the legs won column. That's how tight this group's been.
It's so confusing at times.
100.
Just to pat myself on the back, I said at the start of the day 12 points would be enough.
You did indeed.
10 could be enough if Michael Huntley wins this game.
$59.
Well, a chance now.
Michael Carr, 161.
Michael. Not to be. Looking to set it up
85.
so that he can come back for the 76. As Hamilton can't finish.
You can leave it handy though. You can leave it very handy.
140. Michael Carr, 76.
Gets himself down to a double, but an interesting choice. May not matter.
68. Andy Carr,
And now our
38.
eyes are flicking around the board. Is he straight for it? Is he splitting?
I think he's going straight for it. And he
Gains
finds
on the
it.
third leg, Andy Hamilton.
Takes out the 38 with 1 dart. Moves into a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, Michael to throw first.
And Andy Hamilton
Game on.
could be finishing top here.
And that's why he left it, because he loves double 19. No problem. Straight in.
$60.
Well, he's a leg away right now, Andy Hamilton. He's got a little bit of a cushion. He will have a chance here against the darts and with the darts to top this group.
99.
Which at the start of the day, he was the 4th favourite to do so.
60.
For those of you who understand odds, you would have got 10-1 on Andy Hamilton to win this group. And trainer, you said Hamilton was the value.
I did. I wouldn't bet against him.
100.
This could be one of the greatest selections in Super Series history.
It'd be the first time ever for me, because I'm usually rubbish at it.
140.
I usually put the mockers on things.
Not today. You picked Andy Hamilton to come through and raise his levels, and he's done certainly that.
98.
And there's that last dart where he doesn't go through his full motion, his full approach. Doesn't draw
45.
the arm back first and then release. Just releases straight away.
He's in trouble. Hammer knows he's got 6 darts. This is a setup shot. How well can he leave it?
100.
Well, it's only the 1 treble required now to get him to the double. And Huntley could find this get very tricky here.
55.
It's all a little bit sloppy.
104.
Hamilton will probably feel he's got 6 darts again here. For the match.
72.
For his
Michael Carr,
3rd
141.
4-0 win of the day, that was for Andy Hamilton.
$100. Andy Carr,
Does
32.
manage to find the trouble with his last dart, but Hamilton here, double 16 for the match.
Getting shot in the match.
What
Andy
a day.
Hamilton.
What a day for Andy Hamilton. A 4-0 win there in the end against Michael Huntley. That is his 3rd 4-0 victory of the day. And not only that, it means that Andy Hamilton will top the group. He is the winner of Group C. For Michael Huntley, it's disappointment, but it's not the end of the world. He'll be back tomorrow. He's in through to Saturday night. The table's all done and dusted in regards to the qualification. We've got a bonus game for you still to come. Ricardo Olrich, Kelvin O'Keefe.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Well, an incredibly tight group. Took 29 fixtures before we could get to a decision, and the decision has been made. It is Andy Hamilton who tops the group, courtesy of that 4-0 victory over Michael Huntley. Michael Huntley, even in defeat, will get himself through to Saturday night. Half of the field is complete. Carl Sneed winning Group A. Michael Huntley as the runner-up there, but Andy Hamilton will top the group. I wonder if he thought that would be the case at the start of the day. We'll find out. He's standing by with Robbie Dove.
Well, Andy's still smiling. We're on Monday morning, are now 12 points top of the group. How do you feel?
Joe, I think the hard work and overall I'm doing now, I never give in. I think I've showed that today and put me back against the wall. I'll rise to the occasion. I think I proved that today and all. I'm just loving darts. I'm loving life, and darts is part of that life for me.
What's it been like playing in such long days? You know, you've played since Monday. You played the most amount of games you possibly can so far. Does that take its toll, or is it just enjoying the darts and taking it as it comes?
Yeah, I think it's part of the enjoyment. Also, it's about how you recover from this. You obviously play in the afternoon, you have early night, then you recover again for the next day. I think for me, my time in life is that recovery time is most important to me, and not just getting out and enjoying yourself and just recover for the next day to play darts again.
Coming into today, what were your expectations?
I come in today, I want to win 5 out of 5. Without a doubt. I know I can do it. I'm not saying the weakest player in there, but I know I've got the experience to do that. And today I just focused on what I had to do and then come out good on top.
Yeah, a number of 4-0 wins, only conceded 6 today. You played some pretty stellar stuff.
Yeah, I think it's me at this time in life where I'll have good days, I'll have bad days, but I look forward to the good days. The bad days make you play for the good days. So today was a great day for me, so I'm looking forward to tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night's going to be your 9th weekly final. Obviously, you have got a title in here before. How much would it mean to get another one?
Oh, well, that's what I play for now. The Modus is the best thing out there at the moment for non-PDC players. But to be here playing these kind of games of darts against great players, it means so much just to win. And I'm here now to win tomorrow night.
Lovely. Well, we do wish you all the very best. Congratulations. It's been a really, really good campaign, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers, Robbie. Thank you very much.
A fantastic interview that was. Really enjoyed that one. And I could have listened to that for another 5 minutes, I think. Andy Hamilton, big smile on his face, rightly so. 3-4-0 victories. He's topped the table. He's through to Saturday night. And he says, Trader, he's just enjoying his darts. That surely makes him dangerous.
Absolutely. And that's, you know, from that interview, you can tell the passion that he has for the game. And when you have that passion and you have that determination and grit that goes with it. And that's what Andy Hamilton is all about. That is what has got him through.
Well, there's one thing for sure. I'm sure the viewers will be coming back at 10 o'clock tonight to hear Trina's tips.
100.
Tipping up the hammer to win Group C. And he obliged.
Well,
92.
like I said, you'd never back against Andy Hamilton.
70.
The reason we are back at 10 o'clock, reminder, Friday is your double session of darts. Group B will be concluded. The lineup for tomorrow night will be concluded. That starts at 10 o'clock, where 55. We will be opening the show with Conor Heenahan, the man who has hit 3-9 darters on that stage, against David
99.
Fathom, who picked up a 4-1 victory over Conor Heenahan at the end of yesterday's play. That was the victory that gave David Fathom a chance still in this Group B table.
45.
I've been impressed with Calvin today. Well, he hasn't got over the line on a few occasions. His day has been much better.
100. Ricardo Carr, 92.
Almost feels like he's been a bit harshly treated, doesn't it, in what he's got out of the day?
Yeah, exactly. A bit hard done by.
No score.
Oh. Well, he's caught the flight on the way in. It wasn't like that was a pulled dart or a bad dart. However, there is no master out in this game.
97. Ricardo Carr, 92.
I believe that's only a soft tip, isn't it, master out?
$74.
Well, goes double.
112.
Finds the first one, can't find the second. There's a chance now for O'Keefe to take out this 112. Needs a treble 20. Can't find it.
56. Ricardo Carr, 18.
Double 9. Required. And he
Gains
finds it with
line.
his third dart.
Olrich.
Takes the first leg of the
Like
match.
Kelvin to throw first. Game on. $59. $95.
Is Ricardo going to give us a few more looks at the TV screen, at the scoreboard?
60.
Oh, of course. I've gone over 72.5 looks in this match.
Already?
60.
It was 1-3.
Yeah. Are we counting? Is somebody counting here?
55.
There's one.
Well, I'm having a look at the table here. A win for Ricardo, any win, would see him leapfrog Lorenzo Pronk and Brandon Walsh, which would mean he would get significantly more prize money for this. But the big shock for me here 85. Is if Ricardo wins this, that means Brandon Walsh would end up in 4th position. He had 10 points after 6 laps of fixtures, and he could end 4th.
39.
Yeah, it's so tight, and there's nothing guaranteed here, is that even if you have a superb day before, it's all to play for, and everything can change, and it really does come down to the last few legs of the day.
59. Calvin Carr 102.
So 102 now for Calvin. 82 left, so goes the bullseye route, but couldn't find it.
62. Ricardo Carr 148.
Leaves himself tops on his return.
94. Calvin Carr 40.
Nice pick off there from Ricardo.
Game shot in the second leg, Kelvin O'Keefe.
Nice find there by Calvin.
Third leg, Ricardo.
And another glance at the scoreboard from Ricardo Olrich.
60.
One, two, three.
$140.
Wow, a maximum there by Ricardo. It's first of this match.
Just his second of the day. It's not been a big day for the big maximums, in fact. Brendan Walsh just with the 1, Michael Huntley just with the 2.
91.
Kevin O'Keefe with 3. In fact, 3 is our highest score. Lorenzo Pronk and Kelvin O'Keefe both getting 3.
60. Ricardo Carr 170. 58. $100. Ricardo Carr 112.
So 112. Needs a treble 20.
42. Kelvin Carr 116.
Can't find the treble 20. So he'll stay
60.
there.
Ricardo Carr 70.
But 70 now for Ricardo. Double 8. 2 4s. And he finds it.
Ricardo
Takes a
Olrich.
2-1 lead in this match.
Fourth leg, Kelvin to throw first. Game on.
Robbie, is the end as it stated on
44. $97. $95. $44. $100. $140.
Wow. Ricardo puts in a 140. Think about it. Needs to go 18s.
98.
He did.
$100. Kelvin Carr
164 now for
164.
O'Keefe. Can't find the treble 18. So Ricardo will have
98.
a pop at the 120
Ricardo 120.
for a 3-1 lead.
Game shown on the fourth leg. Ricardo
Takes
Olrich.
it out. 120 outshot. Shanghai
Fifth leg. Ricardo did through
leads
first.
the match by 3 legs
Game
to
on.
1. A break of throw there as well. A 15 dart leg.
Playing with a lot of rhythm and
140.
freedom right now, isn't he? And this is one of those sort of games where he just springs into life.
100. $95. $140. $140.
Ricardo will return for 126
$81.
for the match.
Ricardo, your car 126.
So 19s is the target. Needs to treble 19 now. Not to be.
98.
Just find the treble 20 with his last starts. Leave himself 28.
$41.
Well, it's been a good performance this from Ricardo Olrich. Great way to end his time here at the Super Series.
14.
Or end his time for now, because he may be back. I'm sure he'll be back in the qualifiers. Want another opportunity, like Kelvin O'Keefe. Second time here at the Super Series. But could be ending with disappointment. Looking
59.
like he's going to finish bottom
Ricardo
of the table here.
14.
Kelvin O'Keefe.
Game
Ricardo
shown
gets
the
the job
Ricardo
done.
Olrich.
Good departing gift there from Ricardo Olrich. Great performance in the end. Average was sort of mid-80s throughout the majority of that game, and he ends actually moving himself up to position 3 in the table. There are the stats, confirmation of everything that's happened in that game, but confirmation of the table sees Andy Hamilton and Michael Huntley through. Maybe now is the time to book your tickets.
Double 10. And Scotland are off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky, and Burnett steps up, and Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
60 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard the live now. Steve Brent is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for Maximus. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
And here's a roundup of everything we have seen today. It all came good in the end for Andy Hamilton. 4-0 victory over Michael Huntley was the one that's seen him top the table and win the group. However, Michael Huntley does confirm his place through to Saturday night in second place. Only 12 points was needed in this Group C campaign to book your way through. A tight group, all battled out, separated by just 2 points from position 1 to 5. Trina, what is your assessment of what we have just seen?
Well, it's shown the true grit that Andy Hamilton's all about, isn't it? He's not given up at all throughout the week, and you know, it showed true grit and a great result.
Well, today is a double dose of darts. We've got our Group B action starting at 10 o'clock, and leading the way there is Joe Croft. He's top of the table on 6 points. Connor Heenahan, Justin Smith and Reece Colley well and truly in the mix. But David Fathom, winning his last game of the day yesterday against Connor Heenahan, has kept him in the running. The top 3 will confirm their place through to Saturday night, and places still available. Coming up here on Pluto TV, we've got some more darts coming your way. Luke Humphreys live at the Live Lounge, Bullseye challenges and interviews, followed by Icons of Darts, Russ Bray and George Noble. And then we're back at 10 o'clock for Group B action. We'll be concluding. Thanks for joining us. We'll hope to see you at 10 o'clock tonight. Group B action.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it.
And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Andreas Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series